Chapter 57 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 57 The Good Shepherd. At the side of the temple buildings toward the east stood a long balcony or archway, roofed over, with a row of pillars on each side. It was called Solomon's Porch. On the eastern side it overlooked over the valley of the brook Kedron, and beyond the valley to the Mount of Olives. In the west it fronted on the great court of the Gentiles. This porch was about 1,000 feet long. At the time of the Feast of the Dedication, it was winter, and Jesus was walking with his disciples in this porch. The Jews gathered around him and asked, "How long are you going to keep our minds in uncertainty? If you are really the Christ, the King of Israel foretold by the prophets of old, tell us plainly." "I have already told you," answered Jesus, "and you do not believe me. The works that I do in the name of my Father, they speak for me. But you do not listen because you do not belong to my flock. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me, and I give to them the life everlasting, and they shall not be lost, and no one will ever snatch them out of my hands. My Father, who has given them to me, is stronger than all, and no one can snatch anything out of my Father's hand." Then Jesus gave the parable or story of the Good Shepherd. He said, "I tell you in truth, whoever does not go into the sheepfold through the door, but climbs up somewhere else, that man is a thief and a robber. But the man who goes through the door is a shepherd of the sheep. The watchman opens the door for him, and the sheep listen to his voice. He calls his own sheep by their names, for he knows each one of them, and leads them out. When he has brought all his sheep outside, he walks in front of them, and his sheep follow him, for they know his voice. When a stranger speaks to them, they will not follow him, but will run away from him, for they do not know a stranger's voice." Jesus spoke to them this parable, but they did not understand its meaning, so he explained it to them. "In truth I tell you," he said, "I am the door for the sheep. And whoever came before me, and not in my name, were thieves and robbers, but the sheep would not listen to them. I am the door. Whoever enters by me will be safe. The thief comes only to kill and to destroy. I have come that they may have life, and have it to the full. I am not only the door, but also the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd lays down his own life for his sheep. The hired man, who is not a shepherd, and does not own the sheep, when he sees a wolf coming, runs away and leaves the sheep. Then the wolf tears them and scatters the flock. The hired man does this, just because he is only a hired man, and does not care about the sheep. I am the Good Shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. I have other sheep too, which do not belong to this fold. These also I must lead, and they will listen to my voice, and so it will be one flock and one shepherd. On this account my Father loves me, because I lay down my life, to take it up again. No one took it from me, but I lay it down of myself. I have power to lay it down, and I have power to take it up again. This is the command of which my Father has given me. I and my Father are one." Suddenly, as he spoke these words, the Jews began again to pick up stones to throw at him. Jesus said to them, "I have done many good works of God. For which of these works would you now stone me?" The Jews answered, "It is not for any good work that we would stone you, but for those dreadful words that would make you a mere man to be God." Jesus answered, "Is it not written in your law, I said you are gods?" If the law calls those gods to whom God spoke his word, and God's book must speak the truth, then why is it such a terrible thing for one whom God has set apart and sent into the world as his messenger to say of himself, I am God's son? If I am not doing the work of my Father, do not believe me. But if I am doing it, even though you will not believe me, believe what my work shows. Then you will learn and understand that the Father is in me, and I am in the Father. Once again they tried to seize him, but he escaped from their hands and went away from Jerusalem. End of chapter 57. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 58 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 58. Sending Out the 70. After leaving Jerusalem at the time of the Feast of Dedication, Jesus went across the Jordan and followed the river upward to the place 12 or 13 miles below the Sea of Galilee, the place where he had been baptized by John, and where soon after his baptism he found his earliest followers. This place was called by two names: Bethabara, which means the town of the ford, that is where one could wade across the river, and Bethany beyond Jordan, to keep it distinct from the other Bethany, Jerusalem, where Martha and Mary lived. The 12 disciples were with Jesus at Bethabara, and some who came with him from Jerusalem and Judea. Also, when the news went abroad in Galilee that Jesus was at this place, many more hastened to meet him, so that soon a large number of his followers gathered around him. Jesus was now near the border of the land on the east of the Jordan, known as Perea. This word means beyond, and the land was named so because it was beyond the Jordan from Judea. Jesus had never visited this land, although he had preached in every other part of the country, in Judea in the south, in Galilee on the north, the Decapolis on the northeast, and even Samaria, where the people were not Jews but Samaritans. He made up his mind now to go through Perea preaching, as he had preached in all the other parts of the land. But in Perea his time must be short, because now only 3 months remained before the feast of the Passover, and at that time he must be in Jerusalem. In order to make the people of Perea ready for his coming, and to bring together as many as possible to hear him, he chose the places in that land to be visited. Then he called 70 men from among his followers, and sent them by 2 and 2 to the cities and the villages around them, to preach to the people and tell them that Jesus was soon to come among them. To these 70 preachers Jesus gave the same commands that he had given to the 12 some months before, when he sent them out to preach in Galilee. He said, "Do not take with you a purse of money, or a bag for food, or an extra pair of sandals. Do not stop to give greetings to any who meet you on the road. Wherever you go into a house, first say, 'May peace be to this house.' Then, if one is there who is in the spirit of peace, your peace will rest upon him. Otherwise it will come back to you. Stay at the same house while you are in that city, and eat and drink whatever they offer you, for the workman has a right to his wages. Do not move around from one house to another, whatever town you visit. If the people give you welcome, eat what is given you. Cure those that are sick, and be sure to say to the people everywhere, 'The kingdom of God is coming very soon.' But whatever town you visit, if the people will not receive you nor listen to your message, go out into the streets of that place and cry aloud, 'The very dust of your city that clings to our feet we wipe off as a sign against you. But be sure of this, that the kingdom of God is coming to you soon. I tell you that in God's day, when he will judge men, The punishment of Sodom will be easier to bear than the punishment of that town. The 70 men went out from Perea, going in pairs, 2 men together, making 35 pairs. They visited all the cities and villages in the country of Perea to which Jesus had sent them, the places which he was expecting to visit later, gave to the people the message of Jesus that the kingdom of God was soon to appear, and thus aroused the people everywhere to an interest in the coming of Jesus. Their errand was finished in the few weeks, for 35 pairs of men could soon visit many places, and when they came again to Perea, they found Jesus still there. They told Jesus what places they had visited, and how they had wrought many cures in his name, and through the power which he had given them. With great joy they said to Jesus, "Master, even the evil spirits obey us when we use your name." And Jesus answered them, "Yes, I have seen Satan, the chief of the evil spirits, fall from heaven like a flash of lightning from the sky. Remember, I have given you the power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and to trample under your feet all the power of the enemy. Nothing shall in any way do you any harm. Only do not rejoice merely because the evil spirits submit to you, but rejoice more because your names are written in heaven as the children of God." While Jesus was at Perea, many people came to see him and to hear his words. As this was one of the places where John the Baptist had preached 3 years before, they compared Jesus with John, and many of them said, "John the Baptist never gave any wonderful works as signs that God had sent him, but he spoke about this man, and all that he had ever said of this man was the truth." And while Jesus was at Perea, many people believed in him and became his followers. End of chapter 58. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 59 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 59. Lazarus called out of his tomb. While Jesus was still at Bethabara, and expecting soon to begin his journey through Perea, news came to him which led him for a time to change his plans. At Bethany, near Jerusalem, as you remember, were living his dear friends, Martha and Mary and Lazarus. The 2 sisters sent to Jesus at Bethabara the word, "Lord, your friend Lazarus is very ill." They did not ask Jesus to come and cure Lazarus, but they hoped that he might come, although it would call for a journey 60 miles from Bethabara to Bethany. But Jesus did not at once go to the sick man. He said, "This sickness is not to end in his death. The end of it will be to give glory to God and to the Son of God." Jesus loved Martha and Mary and Lazarus. Yet, when he heard that Lazarus was very ill, he stayed 2 days longer at Bethabara. Then, after that, he said to his disciples, "Let us go again to Judea." At this, the disciples were greatly surprised. They said to him, "My master, only a little while ago the men of Judea were trying to stone you. Is it safe for you to go there again?" "Are there not 12 hours in the day?" answered Jesus. "If a man walks about through the day, he does not stumble, because he can have the light of the sun. But if he walks at night, he does stumble, because he has no light." Then he added, "Our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep. I am going to wake him." "If he has fallen asleep, Master," said the disciples. "He will get well." They thought that Jesus was speaking of taking rest and sleep, which would show that the fever was passing away. But Jesus meant that Lazarus was in the sleep of death. Then he told them in plain words, "Lazarus is dead, and on your account I am glad that I was not there, for now you will learn to believe in me more fully. Come now, let us go to him." At this, Thomas, one of his 12 disciples, who was also called Didymus, a word meaning the twin, said to his fellow disciples, "Well, let us go too, and if he dies, we will die with him." So from Bethabara they went again to Bethany, 2 miles from Jerusalem, a journey of about 60 miles. When Jesus came to Bethany, he found that Lazarus had been already 4 days in the tomb. In the house with Martha and Mary were a number of their friends who come to show their sympathy with his sisters by weeping with them over their brother's death. Someone went into the room and told Martha that Jesus was coming and was near the village. She rose up quietly and hastened to meet Jesus, while Mary sat still in the room. When Martha saw Jesus, she said to him mournfully, "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. And even now I know that whatever you ask of God, he will give it to you." "Your brother shall rise to life again," said Jesus. "I know that he will rise again," said Martha, "when all the dead shall be raised up at the last day." "I myself," said Jesus, "am the one who raises the dead to life. He who believes in me shall live again, even if he dies, and he who lives believing in me shall never die. Do you believe that?" "Yes, Lord," she said, "I do believe that you are the Christ, the Son of God, who was promised to come into the world." After saying this, Martha went again to the house. Leaving Jesus still outside the village, she whispered to her sister Mary, "The Master is here, and he has asked for you." On hearing this, Mary rose in haste and went to the place where Jesus was. The friends who were with her, seeing her go out of the house, thought she was going to the tomb to weep there, and they followed her to weep with her. It was the custom in that land, and still is the custom, for those who had lost a friend to meet at his grave day after day, and there to mourn for him. But Mary did not go to her brother's tomb. She went to Jesus, who was still at the place where Martha had met him, and threw herself at his feet, saying, as her sister had said before, "O Master, if only you had been here, my brother would not have died." When Jesus saw her wailing, and saw the friends with her wailing, he too was troubled and greatly distressed. "Where have you laid him?" he asked. "Come and see, Master," they answered. Jesus now began to weep, and feeling for the 2 sisters. "How he must have loved him," said the Jews to each other. But some of them said, "Could not this man, who gave sight to a blind man, have kept this man from dying?" Again groaning, but quietly, Jesus came to the tomb. Like many of the graves in that land, it was a cave in the rocky hillside, and a large stone covered its mouth. "Move away the stone," commanded Jesus. "Master," said Martha, "remember that he has been dead 4 days, and by this time there may be a strong smell from the body." "Did I not tell you," said Jesus, "that if you will only believe in me, you will see the glory of God?" They moved the stone away from the door of the cave, and Jesus, lifting his eyes upward, said, "Father, I thank thee for listening to my prayer. I know that thou always hearest me, but I spoke on account of those around me, that they might believe that thou hast sent me." Then with a loud voice Jesus called, "Lazarus, come out!" Out from the tomb came the man who had been dead. He could scarcely walk, for his hands and feet were wrapped with bandages. His face, too, had been covered with a cloth tied over it. "Set him free," said Jesus, "and let him go." They took away the cloth from his face and unwrapped the bandages from his body. And Lazarus stood up living and well in the presence of all the people. How happy were Martha and Mary as they placed their arms around him and felt his flesh, warm with the life blood once more flowing through his veins. As the Jews who had come to visit Martha and Mary saw this wonderful work, calling back to life a man who had been in his tomb 4 days, many of them believed in Jesus. These told the stories to others, and the number of believers grew larger and larger. Some of those who had seen or had heard of the raising of Lazarus to life went to Jerusalem and told the Pharisees, the enemies of Jesus, what had taken place. These men told the chief priests, and the priests and Pharisees called together the high council to talk of these things and to decide what should be done with Jesus. This high council was a board or a company of leading men, which, next to the Roman governor, ruled over the Jews. It was made up of 72 men, some of them priests and some of them scribes or teachers of the law. They met in a room set apart for their use in the temple, and they formed the highest court in the land to deal with any who were accused of having broken the laws. When this council came together and heard of what Jesus had done, and of the people who, in greater number than ever, were beginning to believe in Jesus, they said to each other, "What shall we do, now that this Jesus has done another work, more wonderful even than any of his works in the past? If we leave him alone, all the people will believe in him, and will seek to make him their king. Then the Romans will come, and will destroy our temple, and will no longer let us live as a nation." But one of these men in the council was the high priest, whose name was Caiaphas. He said to them, "You are entirely mistaken. You do not understand that whether Jesus is or is not a prophet coming from God, it is better that one man should die, instead of having all the people destroyed. Let us all agree that Jesus shall be killed, and that the people of Israel shall be saved from death." These words of Caiaphas, the high priest, meant more than he knew when he spoke them. He was himself, being the high priest, speaking a prophecy, that Jesus was to die for the people, for that was what Jesus was soon to do. He was to die for the sins of the people, not only for the Jewish people, but for all the people of the world. By his death, Jesus was to bring together into one body all the children of God scattered throughout all the lands. At that meeting of the council, the rulers decided that Jesus must be killed. Not all of them agreed in this, for Nicodemus, who long before had come at night to talk with Jesus, and a rich member of the council named Joseph, of whom we shall hear later, and a few others, were friendly to Jesus. But his enemies were so many and so fierce that these few friends of Jesus did not venture to speak for him. So the vote was taken that Jesus was to be put to death. Jesus, knowing all these things, knew their plans, and he knew that when the time came, he should die. But that time had not yet come, for he had promised to preach his gospel in Perea, across the Jordan. He went therefore to a town on the edge of the wilderness called Ephraim, and there for a few days he stayed with his disciples. The great feast of the Passover was drawing near, and many people were coming up to Jerusalem to prepare themselves for the feast. They were looking out for Jesus, and said to each other as they walked in the courts of the temple, "What do you think? Do you think that Jesus will come to the feast?" The chief priests and the leading Pharisees had given orders that if anyone found out where Jesus was, they were to be told, so they might send men to arrest him. End of chapter 59. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 60 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 60, Jesus Preaching in Perea. Jesus did not stay long in the village of Ephraim. He went down the mountains to the river Jordan, crossed it, and began preaching in the land of Perea, going to the places where his 70 messengers had given the news of his coming. Everywhere the people thronged in great crowds to see him and to hear him. The rich and the poor met in the crowd, the rulers and the common people, the Pharisees who were his enemies, and the publicans or tax collectors who had been leading lives full of sin. There was a great desire among the people to listen to the teacher and prophet from Galilee, of whom they had heard so much, and whom they had not seen before. Many went to see him because they believed that he was the long-looked-for Christ, who was at last on his way to Jerusalem to sit on his throne and rule all the lands. So great were the crowds to see and hear Jesus, that it is said that the thousands trod on each other around him. While he was speaking in one place to a great multitude of people, a voice was heard from the throng. "Teacher," cried out a man, "tell my brother to divide with me the property which belongs to our family." This man supposed that Jesus, being the King of Israel, would rule in all matters of difference between the people. But Jesus answered him, "Man, who made me a judge or a settler of disputes over your affairs?" Then he added, "Take care to avoid the love of money, for no matter how rich one may be, his true life does not depend on what he owns." And he gave to them the parable or story of the poor rich man. He said, "There was once a rich man whose farm gave him very large crops. He began to ask himself, 'What am I to do? I have no room to store the grain and fruits that have grown on my land. This is what I will do. I will pull down my old barns and build larger ones in place of them. There I shall store all the fruits from my orchards and the grain from my fields. And then I will say to myself, now you have plenty of good things stored up to last for many years. Take your ease, eat, drink, and have a good time.' But God said to him, 'Fool, this very night your life is taken away, and who will have all that you have stored up?' So it is with every one who lays up money for himself, instead of gaining the riches of God." And Jesus said again to his disciples some of the things that he had already taught them in his great Sermon on the Mount. For he often repeated the same teachings over and over, until the disciples knew them by heart, so that after he should be taken from them, they in turn could tell them to others. At this time he said, "Therefore I tell you, do not be anxious about your life here on the earth, what you can get to eat, nor what you can get to wear. Life is something more than food, and the body is more than its clothes. Look at the crows flying through the air. They neither sow nor reap. They have no storehouses nor barns, and yet God gives them food. How much more are you worth to God than are the birds? And however anxious you may be, can you add 1 minute to your life? And if you cannot do even this, why be anxious about other matters? Look at the lilies and see how they grow. They neither spin nor weave. And yet I tell you, even King Solomon in all his splendor was not dressed like one of these. Now if God so beautifully clothes the grass in the field, which blooms today and tomorrow will be thrown into the fire, how much more will he clothe you, O men, who trust God so little? So do not worry about food and drink and clothes. These are the things for which the nations of the world who know not God are seeking after, and you should not wish to be like them. Besides, your Father in heaven knows that you have need of these common things. Only seek the kingdom of God, and your heavenly Father will see to it that you have these things. Do not be afraid, my little flock, for your Father has been pleased to give you a place in his kingdom. At this time, some people brought to Jesus the news that Pilate, the Roman governor, had killed in the temple some men from Galilee while they were worshiping at the altar, so that their blood was poured out with the blood of their offerings. This act of the governor had terribly shocked the people. Do you suppose, said Jesus, that because those Galileans suffered these things, that they were worse sinners than the rest of those living in Galilee? I tell you, no. Unless you turn from your sins and seek God, you will all perish as they did. Then, too, think of those 18 men in Siloam, just outside of Jerusalem, those men on whom the tower fell and killed them all. Do you suppose that they had been worse than all the other people living in Jerusalem? No, I tell you, unless you turn to God, you will all perish as they did. Then Jesus gave to the people the parable of the fruitless fig tree. He said, A man who had a fig tree growing in his garden came at the time when figs were ripe, looking for fruit, but found on it not a single fig. So he said to the gardener, Here I have come for 3 years looking for fruit on this tree without finding any. Cut it down. Why should it take up room and rob the soil? But the gardener answered him, Oh, please, sir, leave it 1 year more. I will dig around it and enrich the soil. Then it may bear fruit next year. If it does not, then let it be cut down. End of chapter 60. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Chapter 61 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 61. In the Church and at the Feast. While Jesus was in Perea, on the Sabbath days he went into the churches and spoke there, and in every place the church was crowded with those who were eager to hear him. On one Sabbath day he saw in the church a woman who, for 18 years, had been bent double and could not possibly stand up straight. When Jesus saw her, he called her to him. Woman, he said, you are set free from your weakness. He placed his hands upon her, and instantly power came to her. She stood up erect, with a loud voice praised God for her cure. But the president of the board in the church was greatly displeased that Jesus had done this on the Sabbath. He said to the people, There are 6 days in the week for work. Come on one of these to be cured, and not on the holy Sabbath. O you false-hearted men, making a pretense of serving God, said the Lord Jesus. Does not each one of you on the Sabbath day unloose his ox or his ass from its manger and lead it out to drink? And this woman, a daughter of Abraham our father, whom the evil one has held bound for all these 18 years, should she not be set free on the Sabbath? As he said this, all those who were opposed to him felt ashamed of themselves, while the people rejoiced to see all his wonderful doings. As Jesus went through the towns and villages all the time on his way toward Jerusalem, he repeated many of the parables and teachings that he had given in other parts of the land, such as the narrow door, the mustard seed, the yeast and the dough, and others. The land of Perea, where he was now teaching, belonged to the kingdom of Herod. Some Pharisees, who were enemies of Jesus, came to him and said, "You had better get away from this land, for King Herod means to kill you." This they said, not to save the life of Jesus, but to make him leave their land. But Jesus answered them, "You may go and tell that fox that I am casting out the evil spirits, and curing diseases today and tomorrow, and on the third day I shall finish my work. But I must go on my way today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, for it would never do for a prophet to meet his end except in Jerusalem. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those whom God has sent to you. How often would I have gathered your children around me, as a fowl gathers her brood against her wings, but you would not come. Truly your house is left to you to be destroyed. Never, I tell you, shall you see me again until the day comes when you will say, 'Blessed be he who comes in the name of the Lord.'" In one place he was invited by one of the rulers, who was a Pharisee, to come to his house for dinner. There were at the table other Pharisees and people not friendly to Jesus, and they watched him closely. He saw in the room a man who was swollen with the dropsy, and Jesus asked the teachers of the law and the Pharisees, "Is it according to the law to cure a sick man on the Sabbath, or is it not?" They said nothing. Then Jesus laid his hands on the man and cured him, and sent him away. Afterward he said, "Is there any one of you who, finding on the Sabbath day that his ass or his ox has fallen into a pit, will not at once pull him out, waiting for a working day?" They could not answer him this question. He noticed that those who had been invited to the dinner picked out for themselves the best places, near the head of the table, and he gave them this advice: "When you are invited to a marriage feast, do not take one of the best places. It may be that some person of higher rank than you has been invited, and then the one who gives the feast comes to you and says, 'Here, make room for this man.' Then you must get up ashamed and take a place down at the foot of the table. No, when you come to a feast, go to the lowest place. Then, when the giver of the feast sees you, he will say, 'My friend, come up higher,' and you will be honored in the presence of all your fellow guests. For everyone who lifts up himself shall be humbled, and the one who humbles himself shall be lifted up." Jesus said also to the ruler who had invited him, "When you give a dinner or a supper, do not ask your friends, or your brothers, or those who are your relatives, or your rich neighbors, for they may invite you in turn, and thus you will be repaid. No, when you give a dinner, invite the poor, the cripples, those who have lost an arm, and the blind. Then God will give you his blessing, for these people cannot repay you, and you will receive the reward when God raises up the good from their graves to everlasting life." One of those at the table heard these words of Jesus, and he spoke out, "Happy will he be who shall sit down at that feast in the kingdom of God." Jesus answered him by giving the parable of the supper and the excuses. He said, "There was once a man who was giving a great supper, to which he had invited many of his friends. At the hour for the supper, he sent out his servant to say to the guests who had been invited, 'Come at once, for everything is now ready.' But all of them, with one mind, began to decline his invitation. The first man said to the servant, 'I have bought some land, and I must go and look at it. Please to excuse me.' The second said, 'I have bought 5 pair of oxen, and I am going to give them a trial. Please to have me excused.' Another said, 'I cannot come, because I have just married a wife.' The servant went home and told his master all these answers. Then the master of the house was very angry. He said to his servants, 'Go out quickly into the streets and alleys of the town, and bring in here the poor, the cripples, the blind, and the lame.' Soon the servant came back, saying, 'Your orders have been carried out, sir, but there is still room for more.' 'Go into the country,' said the master of the house, 'to the roads and the hedges, and make the people come in, to fill up my house. For I tell you that not one of those that were invited shall taste of my supper. End of chapter 61. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 62 of Hurbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Hurbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 62 on Counting the Cost. At this time, while Jesus was in Perea, preaching in the towns, greater crowds than ever before were following him, claiming to believe in him as the Son of David and the King of Israel. Most of these people saw that he was going toward Jerusalem, and the report went abroad among them that when he reached that city, he would take the throne that had been King David's, and not only would be king of that land, but lead the Jewish people to conquer all the lands. Very many of the crowd following Jesus had no thought of what it meant to be his disciples. They were expecting great things, riches and honor and power, but knew nothing of the sufferings that Jesus must endure and that his followers must face in the days soon to come. Jesus was not willing to have such careless and thoughtless followers as these. He spoke to them words that seemed harsh and forbidding, but were meant to make them think of what they must meet if they would be among those who believed in him. Turning to the multitudes that were flocking around him, he called out to them, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and his own life besides, he cannot be a disciple of mine. Whoever does not carry his own cross and walk in my steps cannot be a disciple of mine." Jesus did not mean quite all these words he seemed to speak. He did not wish sons and daughters really to hate their fathers and mothers, nor parents to hate their own children, but he did mean that no one should say, "My father and mother do not consent to my following Jesus, and therefore I cannot be his disciple." Nor did he wish that parents should say, "I have children to care for, and I must not believe in Jesus and become his disciple." He wished those who were following him without thought to ask themselves whether they were willing to lose all for Christ's sake, and to serve him no matter who were opposed to him or what they might suffer in his service. "Who of you," said Jesus, "when he wants to build a tower, does not first sit down and count the cost, and see whether he has enough money to finish it? If he can only lay the foundation, and then must leave the work unfinished, everybody who sees the half-completed wall will laugh at him and say, 'This fellow began to build, but he could not finish.' Or what king sets out to go to war with another king, and does not first sit down to consider whether with 10,000 soldiers he can fight the king who comes against him with 20,000? If he does not dare to meet his enemy, then while his army is still a great way off, he sends an officer to ask for terms of peace. So will it be with every one of you who will not give up all that he has. He cannot be a disciple of mine." What Jesus meant was this: think whether you will hold out to the end, if you would be among my followers. And think, too, whether you will dare to meet the hate and opposition that you must overcome in becoming my disciples. He went on with such words as these: "Every true disciple of mine is like salt, and salt is good as long as it has its own salty taste. But if it loses its saltiness and becomes tasteless, is there any way to make it good salt again? It is of no use either for the land nor even for the manure heap, but people throw it away as useless. So will it be with everyone who loses the salt of my life in himself. Now do not let these words of mine go into one ear and out from the other. Listen, and think of what I have said." End of chapter 62. On Counting the Cost. Chapter 63 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 63, Seeking the Lost. The Pharisees were very careful to keep all the rules of the Jewish law, and were supposed to be very religious, because they prayed often in public places and went regularly to church. But Jesus saw that their religion was only pretended and not real, and would have nothing to do with them, except rebuke them for their sins. The scribes, who were the teachers of the law in the churches, expected Jesus to give them special honor. But both Pharisees and scribes were very angry when they found that Jesus paid them no attention and was friendly with the tax collectors, whom all the Jews despised and hated. Jesus even allowed some to come near him who were outcasts, people who did not go to church and did not try to keep the rules of the Jews. The Pharisees and the scribes said in great scorn of Jesus, "This man welcomes sinners, and even sits down at the table to eat with them." Jesus heard of their words and answered them in the parable of the lost sheep. He said, "If one of you has 100 sheep and loses one of them, does he not leave the 99 sheep in the sheepfold out in the fields and go after the lost one until he finds it? When he has found it, he puts it on his shoulders with great joy and carries it home. And when he comes to his house, he calls together his neighbors and his friends, saying to them, 'Come and be glad with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost.' So I tell you, there is more joy in heaven over one outcast sinner who turns away from his sin to God than over 99 religious men who are good already and do not need to turn from sin." A lady has written this parable in verses that have been set to music and sung many times. These are her verses. The 99. There were 99 that safely lay in the shelter of the fold, but one was out on the hills away, far off from the gates of gold, away on the mountains wild and bare, away from the tender shepherd's care. Lord, thou hast here thy 99. Are they not enough for thee? But the shepherd made answer, "'Tis of mine has wandered away from me, and although the road be rough and steep, I go to the desert to find my sheep." But none of the ransomed ever knew how deep were the waters crossed, nor how dark was the night that the Lord passed through, ere he found his sheep that was lost. Out in the desert he heard its cry, sick and helpless and ready to die. Lord, whence are those blood drops all the way that mark out the mountain's track? They were shed for one who had gone astray, ere the shepherd could bring him back. Lord, whence are thy hands so rent and torn? They are pierced tonight by many a thorn. But all through the mountains, thunder-riven, and up from the rocky steep, there arose a cry to the gate of heaven, "Rejoice, I have found my sheep." And the angels echoed around the throne, "Rejoice, for the Lord brings back his own." Mrs. Elisabeth C. Clephane. Jesus also gave to the people another parable, the lost silver piece. He said, "Or if there is a woman who has 10 silver coins and loses one of them, what will she do? She will light her lamp and sweep her house and search carefully for her money until she finds it. And when she finds it, she goes out and calls together her women friends and neighbors and says, 'Come and rejoice with me, for I have found the silver piece which I had lost.' Even so, I tell you, there is rejoicing among the angels of God over one sinner that turns to God." It might be asked, why did the woman need to light a lamp when searching for her lost coin? In that land the houses of the plain people have either no windows or one window for the whole house, which is merely a hole in the wall. The rooms are dark even at midday, and to look on the floor thoroughly, and especially in the corners, a lamp must be lighted and carried close to the floor. End of chapter 63. Seeking the Lost.
Chapter 64 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima de Silva. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Lyman HURLBUT. The Parable of the Lost Son. You remember that the enemies of Jesus, the Pharisees and scribes, said of him, "He gives welcome to bad men and eats at the table with them." Jesus in answer gave a parable or story to show how God welcomes a sinner who turns from his sin and seeks his heavenly Father. This is one of the most beautiful among all the parables of Jesus. It is called the prodigal son. The word prodigal means one who spends his money, throwing it away in a careless manner. And this story is of a young man who spent all the money that his father gave him. Here is the parable. There was once a man, said Jesus, who had 2 sons. The older son stayed at home and helped his father in the care of his farm, but the younger son was restless and wanted to go away. The young man said to his father, "Father, give me now the share of what you own, which will come to me after you die." So the father divided all that he had, his land, his vineyards, his olive orchards, his fig trees, his houses, his flocks of sheep and goats, and his money into 3 equal parts. 2 of these parts he kept for the older son, and the 3rd part he gave to the younger son. For in that land it was the rule for the older son, as the head of the family, to receive twice as much as a younger son. After a few days, the young man sold out his share of the property for ready money, and then went away to a land far off, where he could live as he pleased. There he began to lead a foolish and wild life, feasting and drinking wine with worthless men and women. It did not take him many months to spend all his money and to be in great want. None of these people who had helped him in his pleasures were now ready to help him in his need. And what added to his trouble was that just then food became very scarce in that country, and there was not bread enough for all the people. This young man was in want of everything. His clothes became rags, his shoes were worn out, and what was worse, he could get nothing to eat and was starving for the want of food. Never before had he done any work, but now, driven by hunger, he went everywhere looking for something to do which would give him a mouthful of bread. At last he found a man who was willing to hire him. This man sent him out into his field to take care of his pigs and feed them. This was a work felt to be disgraceful, for no Jew would eat pig's meat or in any way touch the vile animals. But even this work the poor young man was compelled to do, rather than starve to death. In the field he was so hungry that he was ready to snatch up some of the bean pods on which the pigs were feeding, and no one in that country cared for him or would even give him something to eat. So there in the open field among the grunting hogs sat this young man, ragged, famished, and almost ready to die. Suddenly the thought came to him of his father's house, where once he had enjoyed plenty and lived at ease, waited upon by servants. He now saw how foolish, how ungrateful to a kind father, and how wicked he had been. It seemed to him as if he had been living in a dream, had now for the first time awaked and had come to his senses. He said to himself, "Why, even the hired men on my father's farm have more food than they can eat. And here I am almost dead with hunger. I will get up and will go to my father, and I will say to him, Father, I have sinned against God in heaven and against you. I don't deserve any more to be called your son. Only make me one of your servants working for wages." So the poor young man left the field and the pigs and went back to his father's house. There in the door sat his father waiting and watching for his wandering son. While the son was still a long distance away, the father saw him and knew him, barefoot and ragged as he was. He felt pity for his son, whose looks showed his utter misery, and ran to him, fell upon his neck, placed his arms around him, and kissed him. "Father," said the young man, "I have sinned against God in heaven and against you. I don't deserve any more to be called your son." But the father did not wait to hear him any further. He called out to the servants, "Be quick, bring some new clothes, the very best in the house, and put them on him. Bring a ring to place around his wrist and sandals for his feet. Go pick out the fattest calf in the stall and kill it for a feast. Let us all eat and have a happy time together. For this son of mine was dead and has come to life again. He was lost and is found." So they began to make merry. Now the older son was out in the field, and as he came near the house, he heard the sounds of music and dancing. Wondering what was the cause of such gladness, he called to him one of the servants and asked what all this meant. "Your brother has come home," answered the servant, "and your father has killed the fattest of the calves and is having a feast, because he has him back safe and sound." This made the older son very angry. He would not go in to the supper, but stayed outside. His father came out and begged him to come in and give a welcome to his brother. But he refused, saying, "Think of all the years that I have been serving you. Never have I once disobeyed you, and yet you have never given me even a little kid out of the flock of goats, for me to have a merrymaking with my friends. But as soon as this son of yours comes home, who has wasted your money with vile people, you kill the fatted calf, and for him make a great feast." "My son," said the father, "you and I are always together, and everything that I have is yours. We could not help being glad and rejoicing, for your brother here was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found." You can see that in this elder brother of the story was the spirit of the Pharisees and the scribes, who were displeased because Jesus was willing to welcome those who had been sinful when they came to him, sorry for their sins. End of the parable of the lost son.
Chapter 65 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 65 The Parable of the Dishonest Steward. At this time Jesus gave to his disciples the parable of the dishonest steward. A steward is a man who takes care of any business or lands or houses belonging to another man who employs him. Jesus said, "There was a rich man who had a steward who took charge of all his business. Someone told the rich man that his steward was cheating him and making a wrong use of his money. So the master sent for the steward and said, 'What is this that I hear about you? Hand in your accounts, for you shall not be my steward any longer.' The steward was at first greatly troubled at this, and he did not know how he could live if his office as steward was taken away. 'What shall I do?' he said to himself. 'Now that my master is taking away from me my place as steward, I am not strong enough to dig in the ground as a farmer, and I am ashamed to beg in the streets. Oh, I know what I can do, so that when my office as steward is taken away, the people will invite me to their homes to live with them." One by one the steward called to him the men that were owing his master. "How much do you owe my master?" he asked of the first. 100 barrels of oil," answered the man. "Here, take your bill," said the steward, "and instead of 100 barrels, make it 50 barrels." This, you see, was making a present to the man of 50 barrels of oil, but not from the steward himself. Instead, stealing it from his master to give it to the man who owed him. Then to the next man he said, "And how much do you owe?" 100 bushels of wheat," answered the man. "Here is your bill," said the steward, "make it 80. And so he treated all those who were owing to his master, giving to each one a part of his debt, so they would be friendly to him and give him help when he should need it. When his master heard of this, he praised the steward, not for doing rightly, but for looking ahead and taking care for the time to come. And Jesus said, "The people of this world often are wiser in looking ahead and planning for the days to come than are those who have the light of God. And I say to you, use the money of this world to make friends with it, not on earth, but in heaven, so that when you leave the earth, they may welcome you to homes in heaven that never pass away. He who is faithful with a small trust is also faithful with a large trust, and he who is not honest, but tries to cheat in little things, will be dishonest and try to cheat in great things. So if you cannot be trusted with the money of this world, who will trust you with the riches of God? And if you are not faithful with what belongs to another, how can you expect to have anything forever as your own? No servant can serve 2 masters at the same time, for either he will hate one master and love the other, or else he will stand by one master and despise the other. You cannot serve God and at the same time live for money." All these things were spoken in the hearing of the Pharisees, who were fond of money and grasping. They listened with contempt and scorn in their hearts. Jesus knew what was in their minds, and he said to these Pharisees, "You are the men who make people believe that you are good, but God sees and knows what is in your hearts. What is lofty in the sight of men is vile in the sight of God." End of chapter 65. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 66 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. A parable for the lovers of money. Jesus knew that the Pharisees, for all their church-going and their carefulness in keeping the rules of their law, were in their hearts lovers of money, and were living for the things of this world and not for God. He gave to them a parable about a rich man who suddenly became poor, and a poor man who became rich. It is called the parable of the rich man and Lazarus. "There was a rich man," said Jesus, "who dressed in purple robes like a king, and lived in a splendid great house, with many servants to wait upon him, and feasted every day upon the finest food. Outside the door of the rich man's house was laid every morning a poor beggar named Lazarus, who was covered with sores, and was glad to eat the crumbs and broken pieces from the rich man's table. The dogs of the street used to come and lick his sores. After a time the poor man died, and his soul was taken by the angels to be in heaven with Abraham, the father of God's people. because in all his poverty he had lived for God, trying always to do God's will. The rich man died, too, and was buried, but no angels came to carry him to the land where Abraham was living in happiness. His soul went to the place of woe and sorrow and suffering, not because he had been rich, but because in his riches he had never thought of God. The rich man, being in torment, looked up and far away saw Abraham with Lazarus in his arms. "Oh, Father Abraham," he called out, "take pity on me, and send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, for I am burning in this flame." "My son," answered Abraham, "remember that when you were alive on the earth you had all your enjoyment, while Lazarus in his life had poverty and pain. Now Lazarus has comfort for all his trouble, and you are in misery. Besides all that, between us in heaven and you in the dwelling place of the wicked, there is a great valley, a gulf which no one can cross, either to go from us to you or to come from you to us." "If that be so," said the once rich man, now so poor, "and Lazarus cannot come to me, I beg of you, Father Abraham, to send Lazarus to my father's house. For I have 5 brothers. Let him speak to them in time, so that they may not come to this place of terrible suffering." "They have the writings of Moses and the words of all the prophets," said Abraham. "Let them listen to these." "But Father Abraham," he said, "if someone from the dead should go to them, they would turn from sin to God." "If they will not listen to Moses and the prophets," said Abraham, "they will not believe, even if someone should rise from the dead." As the 12 disciples of Jesus heard this parable, they said, "Lord, make our faith stronger." "If you had faith like a grain of mustard seed," said Jesus, "you could say to this mulberry tree, 'Be uprooted and planted in the sea,' and it would obey you. Which one of you, if he had a servant plowing in the field or tending sheep, when he comes in from the field will say to him, 'Come at once and take your place at the table for your supper'? No, he will say to his servant, 'Get my supper ready, then make yourself ready to wait on me while I am eating and drinking, and after that you may have your supper.' Does a master thank his servant for doing what he has been told? Well, it is the same with you. When you have done all that you have been told, say, 'We are only servants. We have done no more than we ought to have done.'" End of A Parable for the Lovers of Money. Chapter 67 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. 2 Parables upon Prayer. Jesus told his disciples a parable to show that they should always keep on praying and never be discouraged. This parable is named the parable of the unjust judge. In a certain city, he said, there was a judge who in his rule did not try to do right, but was often unjust and wicked. For he had no fear of God and no care for what men said about him. And in that city there was a widow who came many times to this judge, crying over and over again, "Do for me what is right against the man who has done me wrong." For some time the judge paid no attention to her, for right and wrong were both the same to him. But after a while the judge said to himself, "Although I have no fear of God and no care for man, yet as this widow is so troublesome to me, and gives me no rest, I will do what she asks, for I am tired of her coming and of her calling out for her right every day." "Listen," said the Lord Jesus, "to what this unjust judge says. And if a man who does not care for right or wrong will at last answer a prayer, how much more will your heavenly Father listen to his own children when they call upon him day and night, even though he seems to make them wait long for the answer to their prayers? I tell you that God will do right by them and answer their prayers, and that very soon. Yet when the Son of Man comes, will he find on earth those who are looking for him and who believe in him?" Jesus also told a parable to some people who were sure of their own goodness and looked down upon others. This parable is that of the Pharisee and the tax gatherer. "Two men," said Jesus, "went up to the temple to pray. One of these men was a Pharisee, and the other was a tax gatherer. The Pharisee stood up and began praying to himself, not to God, in words like these: 'O God, I thank thee that I am not like other men, thieves, wrongdoers, and wicked, or even like this tax gatherer. Twice in every week I eat no food, to show that I am worshipping God. I give to God's house 1/10 of all that I get.' But the tax gatherer stood far away and would not raise his eyes toward heaven. He beat his breast, saying, 'O God, have mercy on me and forgive my sins.' I tell you," said Jesus, "this tax gatherer went to his house with his sins forgiven instead of the Pharisee. For everyone who uplifts himself will be brought low, and everyone who humbles himself will be lifted up." End of two parables upon prayer.
Chapter 68 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 68 The Little Children and the Rich Young Man. While Jesus was still passing through the land of Perea, on his way to Jerusalem, at one place the fathers and mothers brought their babies to him, asking him to place his hands on their heads and speak upon them a blessing. When the disciples saw them doing this, they were not pleased. "Take these babies away," they said. "The Lord is too busy with greater things to attend to them." But Jesus heard them, and he was displeased, not with the parents and their children, but with his disciples. "Let the little ones come to me," he said, "and do not stop them, for the kingdom of God comes only to those who are childlike. I tell you, whoever will not give himself up to the kingdom of God as a little child shall never come into the kingdom." Then he took the little ones up into his arms, laid his hands upon them, and gave them his blessing. After that he went away from that place. Soon afterward, a young man who was one of the leaders in the church of his town came running and bowed low before Jesus. "Good teacher," said the young man, "tell me what to do if I am to be saved and have life everlasting." "Why do you call me good?" answered Jesus. "There is only one who is really good, that is God. To be saved, you have only to do God's will. You know what his commandments are. Keep them." "Why, what commandments do you mean?" asked the young man. He supposed that Jesus, like many of the scribes, who were the teachers of God's law, had given some special rules of his own. Jesus said to him, "I mean the 10 commandments of God, such as, 'Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not say what is false, honor thy father and thy mother,' and so on." The young man said, "Teacher, all these I have kept ever since I was a child. What more do I need?" As Jesus looked at this young man, so eager in his wish to please God. He loved him and felt a special longing to have him among his disciples. "If you really wish to be perfect," he said to the young man, "you do need one thing more. Sell everything that you have, and give all the money to the poor, and you will have your treasure in heaven. And come, follow me, and be one of my disciples." When the young man heard those words, he felt greatly disappointed, and turned away, unwilling to do what Jesus asked, for he was very rich, and he loved his money. After he had left them, Jesus turned to his disciples. "How hard it is," said Jesus, "for a rich man to come into the kingdom of God." As the disciples heard this, they were greatly surprised, for all the Jews thought that to have riches was a sign of God's special favor. As they stood silent, not knowing how to answer these words, Jesus said again, "Children, how hard is it for those who trust in their riches to enter into the kingdom of God? It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into the kingdom of God." They were amazed at this and said, "Then who can be saved?" "What is impossible with men," answered Jesus, "is possible with God." "But we," said Simon Peter, "have left everything and have followed you. What shall we have in the kingdom for all this?" Peter thought, as did all the crowds who were going up to Jerusalem with Jesus, that there he would set up his kingdom and give rich rewards to his disciples. "In truth, I say to you," answered Jesus, "that you who have followed me, in the new kingdom, when the Son of Man shall sit upon his throne, you 12 men, my disciples, shall sit upon 12 thrones, ruling over the 12 tribes of Israel. And every one who has left home, or wife, or children, or parents, or brothers, or sisters, on my account, and for the sake of God's kingdom, shall receive in this life 100 times as much as he has lost, and in the world to come life everlasting. But many that are first in this world shall be last in the kingdom, and some that are the lowest here will be the highest there." End of chapter 68. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 69 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 69. The Workers in the Vineyard. Jesus explained by a parable what he meant in saying, "Many that are first shall be last, and some that are lowest here will be the highest in God's kingdom." This parable was the workers in the vineyard. "There was a man," said Jesus, "who owned a vineyard. He needed men to work in his vineyard, and one day, early in the morning, went out to hire them. Some men met him and agreed to work for him at 15 cents for each day's work. So he sent them out to his vineyard. At about 9 o'clock, he was walking through the marketplace, and seeing some other men standing around, waiting for work, he said to them, 'You go to work in my vineyard, and whatever is fair I will pay you.' He went out again at noon. He found men wanting work, and sent them also into his vineyard, saying to them, 'Whatever are fair wages I will pay you.' Again at 3 o'clock he found other men and sent them too, making them the same promise. He went into the marketplace at 5 o'clock, almost at the end of the day, and found some men standing there. 'Why do you stand here doing nothing?' he said to these men. They answered him, 'We would be glad to work, but nobody is ready to hire us.' "You go into my vineyard too," he said, "and I will pay you whatever is right." When the evening came, the master of the vineyard said to his foreman, "Now call the workers together and pay them their wages. Begin with those who came to work last, then pay those who went into the vineyard at 3 o'clock, and so on, ending with those who went to work earliest." So those came up first who had been hired last, and had worked only 1 hour, and to each of them was paid 15 cents, the wages of a full day's work. When the first came, they supposed that they would be paid more, because they had worked longer, but each was paid his 15 cents, as had been agreed upon. These men complained to the master of the vineyard. "Those men who came in last, when the day was almost ended," they said, "have been made equal to us. We have borne the hard work and the heat of the day. That is not fair." "My friend," said the master to one of these men, "I am not cheating you. Did you not agree with me to work for 15 cents a day? Take up your wages and go. I choose to give to this last man the same as to you. Haven't I the right to do as I please with what belongs to me? Are you jealous because I am generous?" "So," said Jesus, "there are those who will be first, and there are first who will be last." This parable shows how God gives his rewards differently from men. Men pay only for work that is done, but God gives his pay to those who are willing to work for him, whether they are able to work or not. For while men look at the deed, God looks at the heart. Every day Jesus was drawing nearer to Jerusalem, and his 12 disciples with all the multitude of those who were following him fully expected that in Jerusalem Jesus would reign as the King of Israel. He had told them before, and more than once, that he was going up to Jerusalem to die there, but their minds were so fixed upon thrones and kingdoms and worldly power that they could not understand his words. Now Jesus called together his 12 disciples, apart from the crowd. "Listen," he said, "we are going up to Jerusalem, and there everything that is written in the books of the prophets about the Son of Man shall come to pass. He will be given up to his enemies, the chief priests and the scribes, the teachers of the law, and they shall sentence him to be put to death, and shall hand him over to the Romans to be mocked and beaten and nailed to a cross to die. And on the 3rd day after he will rise from the dead." But the disciples did not understand what these words meant. They were just as certain as they had been before that he was going up to Jerusalem to take the throne and rule, and they even talked among themselves about the chief offices in his kingdom and who should have them. When they were drawing near to Jerusalem, but still in the land of Perea, a woman came to Jesus with her 2 sons. This woman was named Salome, and she was the wife of Zebedee, and the mother of James and John, 2 of the leading disciples of Jesus. She bowed low even to the ground before Jesus, and begged him to grant her a favor. "What is it that you want?" said Jesus to her. "I want you to promise me," said Salome, "that in your kingdom these 2 sons of mine shall sit, one on your right hand and the other on your left." "You do not know what you are asking," answered Jesus. "Can you drink of the cup that I am to drink? Can you receive the same baptism that is coming to me?" "Yes," the 2 men said, "we can." "You shall indeed drink my cup and be baptized with my baptism," said Jesus. "But it is not mine to say who shall sit on my right hand and on my left. Those places shall be given to those whom my Father has chosen for them." By his cup and his baptism, Jesus meant his sufferings and his death. But this James and John did not know. When the other 10 disciples heard of this, they were very angry with the 2 brothers for trying to get ahead of them. But Jesus called them to him and said, "You know that in the nations of this world their rulers lord it over them, and their great men make the people serve them. But it must not be so with you. Whoever among you has the will to be great, let him be a servant to the others. And whoever would be first, let him be even as a slave. For the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve, and to give up his life, that he may save many. End of chapter 69. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 70 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Lyman HURLBUT. The Blind Man at the Gate. Chapter 70. Jesus had now ended his work of preaching in the land of Perea, on the east of the Jordan, with his disciples and a great throng of people who were going up to the feast of the Passover at Jerusalem. He came to the river at another Devorah, or the place of the crossing, because like the Devorah near the Sea of Galilee, the river, though very wide, was very shallow, so that people could wade across it. This Devorah was opposite the city of Jericho, which had been built up and made beautiful by King Herod the Great, about 40 years before. More than 1,000 years before Jesus stood beside the river, the Israelites had walked across it to enter the land, when God held back the water. Jesus could have walked on the water if he had chosen to do it, but he never caused a miracle for himself, though often he did for others. At that time, some of the people going up to Jerusalem waded across the river, holding their clothes on their heads, while others crossed in a ferry boat. We are not told in which way Jesus went across the river. 6 miles from the river Jordan on the west stood Jericho, toward which Jesus came with a great crowd of people around him. As he drew near Jericho, a blind man was seated beside the gate, begging for the small coins of those who passed by. This blind man's name was Bartimaeus, a word which means the son of Timaeus. Hearing the tramping and the voices of a crowd, he asked why so many people were coming. They said to him, "Jesus, the Nazarene, is passing by." Bartimaeus had heard of Jesus and his good works, curing many that were blind and lame and lepers. He had often wished that Jesus might pass his way and cure him. Now, when he heard that Jesus was really coming, he shouted out at the top of his voice, "Jesus, Son of David, have pity on me. Jesus, Son of David, have pity on me." The people who were in front told him to be quiet, but he felt that this was the chance of his life, and he kept on calling, "Jesus, Son of David, have pity on me." Jesus stopped and said to those near, "Go and bring this man to me." Then they said to Bartimaeus, "Be of good cheer, get up and go to Jesus, for he is calling you." Bartimaeus was in such a hurry to get to Jesus that he sprang up, flung aside his cloak, and left it on the ground, while they led him to the Lord. When he came near, Jesus said to him, "What would you have me do for you?" "Lord," he answered, "let me have my sight again." "Have your sight," said Jesus. "Your faith has made you well." And at once his sight came back to him, and he joined the crowd following Jesus, giving praise to God with a loud voice. And all those who saw this wonderful work added their praises to God. End of chapter 70. Recording by Herbert Fernandez Tamayo, El Salvador, Central America.
Chapter 71 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 71. In the rich man's home at Jericho. But blind Bartimaeus was not the only man in Jericho who was eager to meet Jesus. In that city was living a very rich man named Zacchaeus, who was the head of all the tax collectors in that part of the country. He had heard that Jesus was unlike other Jews, in being friendly toward the tax gatherers, and he greatly desired to see him. But Zacchaeus was a small man, and in the crowd he could have no chance to look at Jesus. So he ran on ahead and climbed up into a mulberry tree that stood beside the road, and from a place among its branches he could look down upon the passing multitude. When Jesus came opposite to the tree, he stopped, looked up and saw Zacchaeus, and said to him, "Zacchaeus, make haste and come down, for I must stop at your house today." He was surprised and glad that the great teacher should choose his house out of all the homes in Jericho to stay in. He came down and walked with Jesus to his house. But all the people began to find fault, saying, "He has gone to visit at the house of a man who is a sinner." For they took for granted, because many of the tax gatherers were wicked men and robbed the people, that all of them were bad. Zacchaeus knew how they were feeling and what they were saying, so he came forward and stood before Jesus and said, "Hear me, Master. I will give half of all that I own to help the poor, and if I have robbed or cheated anyone, I will pay him back 4 times as much as he has lost." "Today," said Jesus, "in this house a man has been saved from his sins, since even Zacchaeus here is a true son of Abraham our father. For the Son of Man has come to look after the lost ones and to save them." As the people were listening, he went on and spoke a parable to them, for he knew that as he was going up to Jerusalem, they were looking for the kingdom of God to be set up at once. This was the parable of the pounds. "A certain prince," said Jesus, "was going to a city far away, to be made a king, and then to come back and rule over his own land. Before leaving he called 10 of his servants, and gave to each one $500, and said to them, 'Trade with this until I come back.' Then he went away. But the people of his land hated him, and sent messengers to follow him to the distant city, and to say, 'We will not have this man as our king.' However, the prince was made king, and came home to reign over his land. Then he sent for his servants, to whom he had given the money, so that he might learn how much each one had made by buying and selling. The first servant came and said, 'My lord, the $500 which you gave me has gained $5,000. "Well done, you good servant," said the king. "Because you have been so wise and faithful with a small amount, I will make you the governor over 10 cities in my kingdom." Then came another servant who said, "My lord, your $500 has made 5 times as much as you gave me. Here are $2,500. "Very well," answered the king. "You may be the ruler over 5 cities." Soon one of the servants came, saying, "My lord, here is your $500, just as you gave it to me. I have kept it safe for you, wrapped in a napkin, for I was afraid of you. You are such a hard, selfish man. You pick up what you never put down, and you reap what you do not sow." "You worthless servant," answered the king. "Out of your own words will I pass judgment upon you. You knew, did you, that I was a hard man, picking up what I never put down, and reaping what I did not sow? If you knew this, why then did you not put my money into the bank? Then when I came home, I could have gotten interest upon it, the money gained by lending it." Then he said to those standing by, "Take away from him the $500, and give it to the one who has $5,000. "My lord," they said, "why, he has $5,000 already. Why give it to him?" "That is the very reason why he should have it," said the king. "I tell you that to him who has, more shall be given, and as for him who has not, even the little that he has shall be taken away from him. And now, for these enemies of mine," the king went on, "those men who sent word that they would not have me for their king, seize them and bind them in chains and bring them here. Let them be slain in my sight." With these words Jesus went onward up the mountain road leading to Jerusalem. End of chapter 71. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 72 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by pattymarie. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Lyman HURLBUT. The Alabaster Jar. From Jericho to Jerusalem was a journey of 15 miles up the mountains by a very steep road, a road often dangerous on account of the robbers who were hidden among the rocks by the wayside. But at the time of the Passover, when thousands of people were going up to the feast, it was safe through the crowds traveling together. Up this road Jesus walked with his disciples and a great throng of people, all on their way to the Passover. He did not, however, go directly to Jerusalem, but turned aside when near the city, and stopped at the village of Bethany for a visit with his friends, Martha and Mary and Lazarus. They were very, very glad to see Jesus now, for you remember that on his last visit, some months before, he had called Lazarus out of his tomb to live again. It was on Friday, just 6 days before the Passover was to be held, that Jesus came to Bethany. There, at the house of a man called Simon, a supper was given in honor of Jesus. This Simon had been a leper, but had been cured by Jesus, so that he had his own reason for showing love and honor to Jesus. At the supper, the guests sat leaning on couches, with their heads toward the table and their feet away from it. And those who waited at the tables passed the food and drink around to the guests. Among those who were serving at the table was Martha, the sister of Lazarus. On the couch standing at the head of the table was leaning in the middle Simon, who gave the feast. On his right hand, in the place of honor, was Jesus, and on his left was Lazarus. On the side tables were lying the disciples of Jesus and other guests. Suddenly, into the room came Mary, the sister of Lazarus. She carried in her arms a jar made of marble, of the kind called alabaster. Its cover was sealed, but Mary broke the seal, and at once a rich perfume arose in the air and floated not only through the dining hall, but the whole house, for the jar was filled with a very fragrant and costly oil. Mary walked up the aisle between the tables and the couches whereon the guests were lying. She came opposite to Jesus and poured some of the oil upon his head. Then, walking around the couch, poured the rest of it upon his feet and wiped them with her long hair hanging loose about her shoulders. Everyone in the room was surprised at Mary's act, and one of the disciples of Jesus said out loud, "What a waste this is! Why, that jar of perfume was worth at least $50. It might have been sold and the money given to the poor." The one who said this was Judas Iscariot, the wicked disciple who was already planning to give up his Lord to his enemies, the chief priests and the rulers. Judas was the treasurer for Jesus and his 12 disciples. They all lived as one family, kept their money in one purse, and in addition, whatever money was given to Jesus by his friends. Judas kept this purse, but he was a thief and stole some of the money that he might use it for himself. When Judas saw all the precious oil poured upon the head and feet of Jesus, he was angry, for he looked upon it as so much money that he might have kept. "Why do you find fault with this woman?" said Jesus. "It is a beautiful thing she has done to me. You will always have the poor with you, but you will not always have me. As she poured this perfume on my body, she did it for my burial, which is soon to take place. I tell you, wherever in the whole world my gospel shall be preached, the act of this woman will be told, and she will be remembered on account of it." All the friends of Jesus were expecting him to go to Jerusalem and set up his kingdom and rule. They did not understand his words about dying and rising from the dead. But Mary, among them all, knew that Jesus was soon to die, and it was not only to show her love toward him for bringing her brother to life, but in a very tender way to put into an act what she would not say in words, that her Lord would soon die and be buried. After this supper, Judas Iscariot, the disciple who had spoken against Mary and her gift, quietly made up his mind to give Jesus over to his enemies. He saw that Jesus would not be such a king as he wished him to be, and he had begun to fear that his stealings were known, or at least suspected. He went secretly to the chief priests and the rulers and said to them, "What will you pay me if I give Jesus into your hands?" They were glad to hear this and said to him, "We will give you 30 pieces of silver." This was a little less than $20 in our money. and it was the price paid for a slave. Think of it. For the value of a slave, the Lord of the whole earth was sold by one of his own chosen followers. Judas was sharp in his dealings with the priests. He was afraid that after he had given Jesus up to them, he might be cheated out of his money. So he said, "Pay me the money now, and when the right time comes, I will show you how to make Jesus of Nazareth your prisoner." They gave Judas the 30 pieces of silver, and from that moment, Judas was looking for the chance to put Jesus into the hands of his enemies. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 73 Palm Sunday. The news that Jesus was at Bethany went abroad, and very soon the village was thronged with people eager to see him. Many of these men, who had come from the country up to Jerusalem for the feast of the Passover, and most of them were ready to believe in Jesus as the Christ, the promised King of Israel. Some came to Bethany, not only to see Jesus, but to see Lazarus also, the man whom Jesus had raised from death to life. The rulers, who had already made up their minds to put Jesus to death, and had paid Judas to give him up to them, said to each other, "If we are to prevent these people from making Jesus of Nazareth their king, it will not be enough to kill Jesus. We must first kill Lazarus, for on his account many are following Jesus." On the morning after the supper at Simon's house, Jesus decided to go into Jerusalem. He called 2 of his disciples and said to them, "Go into the next village on the road to Jerusalem, and just on the edge of it you will find an ass tied, and with it a colt on which no one has ever ridden. Untie them and bring them to me. If anyone asks you, 'Why are you doing that?' tell him, 'The master needs them, and will send them back soon,' and he will let you take the ass and the colt." The 2 disciples went to the village, and found in the street in front of a house an ass and a colt tied just as Jesus had said. They were untying them when the owner, who was standing by, said, "What are you doing, untying the ass?" "The master needs it," answered the disciples, and when the man heard this, he allowed them to take the ass and the colt. They brought them to Jesus at Bethany, and on the ass colt they laid their cloaks, to form a cushion for Jesus, and he sat upon the colt, which never before had been ridden upon. Then the crowd, seeing that Jesus was riding toward Jerusalem, walked with him, some going before and some following after. Those in front spread their clothes upon the road before Jesus. Others threw on the ground leaves from the field, with many waved branches of palm taken from the trees beside the road. And before they came to the top of the Mount of Olives, which was between Bethany and Jerusalem, another crowd of people met them, coming from the city to see Jesus, and all the multitude shouted together, "God save the King, the Son of David. Blessed is he who comes in the Lord's name. Blessed is the kingdom of our David. Praises be to the Lord." For all this crowd of people believed that now, at last, the kingdom of God was to be set up, with Jesus as Christ and King. But in the multitude were some Pharisees, enemies of Jesus, who became very angry as they saw the crowd waving the palm branches and cheering for Jesus as King. These men came up to Jesus as he was writing and said to him, "Teacher, tell your followers to stop this noise." "I tell you," answered Jesus, "that if these men should keep still, the very stones would cry out." Soon as they came to the top of Mount of Olives, and then the temple and the city of Jerusalem were in sight before them. As Jesus looked upon the city, the tears came into his eyes, and he said, "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, if only you might know, even now, while yet there is time, what would give you peace. But no, it is hidden from your sight. The time is coming when your enemies will build walls and forts around you, and shut you in every side, and trample you down into the dust, and your children with you. They will not leave in you one stone standing upon another, and all because you would not understand when the Lord was visiting you." Jesus rode down on the Mount of Olives, and across the valley of the brook Kedron. At the gate of the temple, he got off from the back of the colt, and sent it with the ass back to its owner. As he came into the city and the temple, there was a great stir, the people everywhere flocking to meet him. "Who is this?" they said, and the crowds answered, "This is the prophet Jesus from Nazareth in Galilee." The Pharisees said to each other, "We can do nothing. The whole world has gone after Jesus." Everybody, both the friends and enemies of Jesus, looked to have him take control of the city and act as a king. But Jesus only went into the temple and walked around it. By this time it was evening, and Jesus entered with his disciples to Bethany. 40 years after that time, the terrible things that Jesus declared were to fall upon Jerusalem did come to pass. The Jews rose against the Romans and made war upon them. A mighty Roman army came and swept over all the land, bringing ruin and death everywhere. The Romans laid siege to Jerusalem and built a strong wall around it, so that no one could come out or go in. The people fought desperately until they were starved and could fight no more. At last the Romans broke into the temple and set the city on fire. Both the temple and all the city was utterly destroyed. Untold thousands of people were slain, and many thousands were sold as slaves. And from that time, 70 years after Jesus was born, and 40 years after he died on the cross, the Jews have not had of their own a land or a city. End of chapter 73. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 74 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 74. Monday on the Mount and in the Temple. After the royal coming of Jesus to the city and the temple, on the next morning, which was Monday, Jesus left Bethany very early, without waiting for his breakfast, and with his 12 disciples walked over the Mount of Olives toward Jerusalem. The walk and the early morning air made him hungry, and seeing a fig tree covered with green leaves in a field near the road, he went to it, hoping to find some figs upon it. The laws of the Jews allowed any person passing by a field which was not his own to take as much fruit or grain as he wished to eat, but not to carry any away, so that Jesus had a right to go to the tree and help himself to its fruit. Jesus knew that it was not quite the time for ripe figs, for they do not become ripe in that country before May or June, and that day may have been in March. But on the sunny slope of the Mount of Olives, figs often ripe early in the season, and as the figs always come before the leaves, wherever the leaves were abundant, there might be among them some ripe figs. But when Jesus came to the fig tree and looked at it closely, he found that upon it was no fruit, either ripe or green, but only leaves. Then a thought came to Jesus, and in the presence of his disciples he spoke to the fig tree. "From this time let no fruit ever be picked from this tree forever," he said. This was not because Jesus was angry with the poor tree, which could not help having no fruit. It was because he saw in that tree a parable or picture of the Jewish people. They made a show of serving God, and were like trees covered with leaves, but they did not bring forth the fruit of good lives, or to love God and their fellow men. They were fruitless trees, and trees which had been planted and kept for fruit are of no use without fruit. The 12 disciples who were with Jesus around the fig tree heard those words, and soon had cause to remember them. From the Mount of Olives they walked, as on the day before, across the valley of the brook Kedron, and came again into the temple. You remember that 2 years before, when Jesus visited the temple, he then drove out from its court all the people that he found buying and selling and changing money. But in the 2 years that had passed, they had all come back, and the court of the Gentiles was again a place of business and of confusion. All around were oxen lowing and sheep bleating, their owners calling upon the people passing by to come and buy them. Cages full of pigeons and doves were standing on every side, and from a row of tables might be heard the chink of silver, as the money of foreign lands were changed for that of Judea. When these traders saw Jesus standing before them, some of them could remember how 2 years before he had driven them out of the temple, and all saw in him the man whom only yesterday the people had welcomed as the coming King of Israel. There was a look upon the face of Jesus which made all the wrongdoers afraid of him, and when he spoke in the hearing of them all, God's book says, "My house shall be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers." With one accord, they rushed out of the court before him, driving out the sheep and oxen, carrying away the cages of doves, and even upsetting the tables of the money changers. Jesus saw that people who were coming from outside the wall were carrying goods and jars of water and of oil through the court of the Gentiles as the nearest way to the city, so that the court was becoming merely a strait between the city and the country. He put a stop to this carrying of loads through the temple courts, and would not allow even a jar of water to be taken by way of the temple into the city. This building, in all its parts, was the house of God, and Jesus, as the Son of God, gave commands that everywhere it was to be used only for worship of its heavenly Father. After casting out all these evil things from the outer court, Jesus walked up the steps to the inner court, called the treasury. There he sat down, and for the rest of the day taught the people who crowded around him. While he was in the treasury, they led to him the blind, and he gave them sight by a word, and the lame came in on crutches, or were carried in by their hands to his feet, and he gave them power to walk. Boys, too, were marching around the temple and shouting everywhere, "May God save the Son of David." All these things made the priests and the rulers very angry, for they were only waiting for a chance to find Jesus alone and make him their prisoner, and they could do nothing while such crowds were around him, all believing that he was the promised Son of David and King of Israel. But these enemies of Jesus could not keep quiet amid all these praises. "Do you hear," they said to Jesus, "what these boys are shouting? Why do you not tell them to be still?" "Yes, I hear them," answered Jesus. "And have you never read what is said in the book of Psalms? Out of the lips of the little children, even of babies in their mother's arms, thy praises have been made perfect." Jesus stayed in the temple teaching until the evening drew near. Then he went with his disciples back to Bethany for the night. There, among his friends, he was safe. End of chapter 74. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 75 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 75. Tuesday Morning in the Temple. Again on Tuesday morning of that great week, the last week of our Saviour's life on earth, he went with his disciples out of Bethany to go to Jerusalem. As they were walking up the Mount of Olives, they came to the fig tree to which Jesus had spoken on the morning before. It was standing upon the hillside, but withered and dead, its dry leaves turned yellow, rustling in the wind. "Master, look," said Peter, "the fig tree to which you spoke those words yesterday is all withered." "Have faith in God," answered Jesus. "I tell you in truth, that if any one of you should say to this mountain before us, 'Be lifted up and thrown into the sea,' and should not have in his mind a doubt, but believes what he says will come to pass, it shall be done. So I say to you, whatever you pray God for, believe that God gives it to you, and it shall be yours. But keep also in mind, whenever you stand up for prayer, if there is anything that you have against anybody, forgive him. Then, and then only, will your Father in heaven forgive you your sins against him." Again they came to Jerusalem, and walked across the court of the Gentiles, now quiet and free from the confusion of the morning before, no buying, no selling, and no carrying loads through it to the city. They went into the treasury, where Jesus had taught and cured on the day before, and they found it already full of people who had come together, hoping to listen again to the words of the great teacher. But not only were there in the temple people friendly to Jesus and eager to hear him, the chief priests, the teachers of the law, and the members of the great council, who were also there, ready to do all in their power against him. These men were very angry at Jesus for what he had done on the day before. They pushed their way through the crowds up to Jesus and said to him with an air of lordship, "What right have you to come here and act as a ruler? Who gave you the right to do what you did yesterday?" "I will ask you a question," answered Jesus promptly, "and if you will answer that, then I will tell you who has given me the right to do what I have done here in the temple. What do you say about John the Baptist? Did he speak the words of God as his messenger, or did he speak his own words only, without authority or power from God? Answer me that question." They were taken back at this answer of Jesus, and began talking together, while the crowd around looked on. "What shall we say?" they whispered to each other. "If we say John the Baptist spoke from God, he will ask, 'Then why did you not believe his words and obey him?' No, let us say, 'He spoke only as a man, without authority or power from God.' But then, if we say that, the people will stone us, for they all believe that John was a true prophet of God." So after a time, these men said to Jesus, "We cannot answer your question. We don't know whether John spoke the words of God or his own words." "Then," said Jesus, "no more will I tell you who has given me the power to do these things." For Jesus well knew that if these men had not believed when John the Baptist said, "Thus saith the Lord," they would not believe him saying, "I do only what my Father tells me to do." End of chapter 75. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 76 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. 3 parables of warning. Immediately after answering the question of the priests and the rulers, Jesus gave 3 parables, one directly after another, and all aimed at his enemies. The first was the parable of the 2 sons. "What do you think of this?" said Jesus. "There was a man who had 2 sons. He went to the older son and said to him, 'My son, go and work in the vineyard today.' 'Yes, sir,' said the young man, 'I will go.' But although he had given his promise to go, he broke it, for he did not go. Then the father spoke to his second son as he had spoken to the first. "My son, go and work today in the vineyard." This one said to his father, "I will not go." But afterward he was sorry and went into the vineyard to work. Now tell me, which of these two sons did as his father told him to do? They answered him, "The second." "I tell you truly," said Jesus, "that the tax gatherers and the bad women are going into the kingdom of God instead of you, who believe yourselves to be better than others. For John the Baptist came and showed you how to live, and you would not believe him nor do as he said. But the tax gatherers and the bad women believed him and turned from their evil ways to God. And even when you saw them turning from evil to good, you would not seek God after them and follow the words of John." Then Jesus spoke to these rulers another parable called the parable of the wicked vine dressers. "Listen to another parable," he said. "A man who owned some land planted upon it a vineyard of grape vines. He put a fence around it, dug a wine vat inside it, and built a tower in the middle of the vineyard, so that a watchman might be on the lookout against thieves. Then he let it out to vine dressers to take care of it, and at the time of ripe grapes to send him his share of the fruit or its worth in money. After leasing the vineyard, he went away to another country. When the time for the vintage drew near, the time for gathering the grapes, he sent his servants for his share of the fruit. But instead of giving him what belonged to him, the vine dressers seized his servants. One servant they flogged and drove away, another they killed, and the third they stoned. A second time the owner sent some other servants more than before, and the vine dressers treated them in the same way. And so it was with many others, some they beat and some they killed. The owner of the vineyard had one son, a young man, whom he loved very dearly. Last of all he sent this son to them, saying to himself, 'They will surely respect my son, and will not treat him as they have treated the servants.' But those men said as soon as they saw him, 'This is the one who is to own the vineyard when his father dies. Let us kill him, and then the vineyard will be ours.' So when he came, they seized him and killed him and flung his body outside the vineyard. 'Now I will ask you,' said Jesus, 'when the owner of that vineyard comes, what will he do to those vine dressers?' They answered, 'He will utterly destroy those vile, cruel men, and will lease his vineyard to other vine dressers, who will give him every year his share of the fruit.'" "Have you never read this verse?" said Jesus. "The stone which the builders refused has now become the chief and cornerstone. This is the work of the Lord, and it is wonderful in our sight." "I tell you," added Jesus, "that the kingdom of God shall be taken from you and given to a people that brings to God its fruits. Yes, and he who falls on this stone shall be dashed to pieces, and whoever this stone falls on shall be ground to powder." As the chief priests and Pharisees and rulers heard these parables, they knew at once that they were spoken against them. They were eager to seize Jesus, but were afraid of the crowds around, for all the common people looked upon him as a prophet speaking God's word. Jesus gave a third parable, that of the marriage of the king's son. This, given in the temple, was in some parts like another, the parable of the great feast, which he had already given in Perea. But other parts of it, as we shall see, were different from that parable. "There was a certain king," said Jesus, "who gave a great supper at the marriage of his son. He sent out his servants to those who had been invited to the feast, but they would not come. Once again he sent some other servants, and told them to say to the guests, 'Here is my supper all ready. The oxen and fat cattle have been killed. Everything is ready. Come to the feast.' But they paid no attention to his words and went off, one to his farm and another to his shop. And some seized his servants, ill-treated them, and even killed them. This made the king very angry. he sent his army, put those murderers to death, and burned up their city. Then the king said to his servants, "The marriage feast is ready, but those who were the invited guests were not fit for it. Go out into the streets of the city and the roads in the country, and ask everybody whom you meet to come to the wedding." The servants went forth into the roads and brought to the feast all whom they met, both the bad and the good. So the marriage supper had plenty of guests. When the king came in to meet the guests, he saw a man among them who was not wearing a wedding robe. For as each guest came to the house, a beautiful robe was given him to be worn at the supper. "My friend," said the king to this man, "how was it that you came in here without a wedding robe?" The man stood silent, for he had nothing to say. Then said the king to his servants, "Tie this man hand and foot, and throw him out of doors into the darkness. There men will wail and gnash their teeth. For I tell you that many are invited, but few are chosen." End of 3 parables of warning.
Chapter 77 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Beth Leary. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 77. The Head on the Coin. The enemies of Jesus thought that perhaps they might lead him to say some words against the Roman rulers over the land. If he would do this, then they could complain to the Roman governor and cause Jesus to be seized and put in prison, or even slain as an enemy of the Roman state. These priests and Pharisees and rulers themselves hated the Romans and would gladly throw off the Roman yoke if they dared to do it. But they were willing to pretend friendliness to their Roman masters if only through them they could destroy Jesus. With this purpose in mind, while Jesus was in the temple on that Tuesday morning, they sent to him some men whom Jesus had never met, men who seemed honest and true, for they knew that if they came themselves, Jesus would at once see through their plans and be on his guard against them. They did not know that Jesus, as the Son of God, knew all things, could look into every heart of man and read all their thoughts. So these men came to Jesus in the temple and tried at first to speak flattering words to him to win his favor. "Teacher," they said, "we know that you are honest and speak the truth, that you are not afraid of anybody and do not try to please men, but say only what is right. There is a question that troubles us, for we do not know how to meet it. For that reason, we bring it to you, for we know that you will give us a right answer. Tell us now what you think about it. Is it right for our people to pay taxes to the Roman rulers over the land? Shall we pay, or shall we refuse to pay?" This was indeed a hard question to answer, especially to answer at once without time for thinking about it. For if Jesus should say, "Do not pay the tax," the Romans would arrest him as an enemy to their rule, and might even put him to death, as they had seized and slain many for this very act of refusing to pay the taxes. At that very time, hundreds of men were hiding from the Romans in caves and forests, trying to escape from paying this tax. On the other hand, if Jesus should say, "Pay the tax," all the common people would turn against him. For all the Jews hated this tax, which was a sign of the Roman power over them, and every man among them only paid it because he was afraid of the Roman governor and the Roman soldiers. But Jesus saw through all their plots and plans, and he had his answer ready. "You men of false heart, pretending to be honest," he said, "why do you try to catch me in a snare? Let me see some of the tax money." They brought to him a piece of silver, a Roman coin. He looked at it closely and then asked, "Whose head is this that I find upon the coin?" What are the words around the edge? Why, that is the head of the Roman Emperor Tiberius Caesar, and those words are his title. Well then, said Jesus, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and be sure to give to God what belongs to God. There was nothing in that answer which they could make to appear either unfriendly or friendly to the Roman rule, nor yet was there anything that could be used against Jesus with the people. Wondering at the answer of Jesus, these men left him. End of chapter 77.
Chapter 78 of Hurbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Hurbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 78 The Woman with 7 Husbands. We have heard much in the story of the Pharisees, who were looked upon as leaders of the people in religion, because they regularly went to church, paid the church dues, and obeyed all the rules, foolish as some of those rules seemed. These Pharisees, as you know, were bitter enemies of Jesus, and everywhere stirred up the people against him. But there was another party among the Jews, the Sadducees, whom we have not mentioned up to this time. These people were equally opposed to the Pharisees and to Jesus. They were easy-living men, not paying much attention to the church rules, and in fact not going often to the church, which you know was called the synagogue. But although they cared little for the churches in the different towns, they cared greatly for the temple in Jerusalem, for most of the priests in the temple were Sadducees, as also were many of the rulers in the great council of the Jews. The Sadducees did not believe that there was any soul in man, nor any life after this life, nor any angels, nor any rising from the dead hereafter, nor any heaven or hell. They believed that when a man died and was buried, that was his end forever. Some of these Sadducees tried to puzzle Jesus with a question. They came to him in the temple that Tuesday while he was speaking to the people. "Teacher," they said to him, "you remember that in the law of Moses it is ordered that if a man should die without any children, but leaving a wife, then the man's brother shall take the widow for his wife and raise a family for his brother. Well, there were living 7 brothers. The oldest of these married a wife, and after a time died, leaving no children. Then the second married her, and he too died without a child. The third took her and died. The fourth also, and all the rest of the 7 died, leaving no children. Finally, the woman herself died. Now you have been teaching that there will come a day when the dead shall rise to life. When that day comes, and these 7 men rise, all of whom were married to this woman, whose wife out of them all will she be? For every one of them in turn was married to her." "You make a mistake," answered Jesus, "because you do not understand the teachings of the Bible, nor do you know how great is the power of God, who can, at a word, call the dead up to life. In this world, men and women marry because they live on earth only for a time, and must have families to live after them. But when the dead are raised up, they do not rise as husbands and wives, nor do they marry in that world to come, for they will have no need to raise up families to take their places. In that land, all live forever, like the angels of God. And as to the resurrection, the rising from the dead, have you not read the words that God spoke to Moses at the burning bush? 'I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.' Now God is not the God of dead men, but of living men. For in the sight of God, all men are alive, even after they have died on earth." While Jesus was answering these questions, that of the rulers of the temple about his right to drive out those that were buying and selling, that of the Pharisees about the paying of taxes, and that of the Sadducees about the resurrection, the rising from the dead, the people were standing around listening. Although the rulers were enemies of Jesus, The common people were friendly and heard him gladly. They saw how ready and how apt his answers were, and they were greatly pleased to find the enemies of Jesus put to confusion before him. End of chapter 78. The Woman with 7 Husbands.
Chapter 79 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. The greatest of all the commandments. While Jesus was talking in the temple and answering all these questions, a teacher of the law was standing near and listening. He saw how well Jesus answered all the questions put to him, and coming up to him said, "Teacher, what commandment stands first of all?" We might suppose that he was speaking of the 10 Commandments and asking which of these is the most important, but that was not his purpose. He was thinking not of the commandments given by God, but of the rules made by the scribes. One teacher would say that the rules about keeping the Sabbath were the greatest, another that the rules about washing were first, and so on, each scribe or teacher laying stress on one set of rules above another. Jesus looked upon all these little laws made by men as of no importance, and this was his answer to the scribe who had asked the question. The first and greatest of all the commandments is this: Hear, O ye people of Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. And the second commandment is this: Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There is no other commandment greater than these 2. To love God with all the heart is to do God's will, not because we must do it, but because we love to do it and find joy in doing it. And to love our neighbor means to feel an interest in our fellow men and to do for them whatever we would wish to have them do for us. You are right, teacher, said the scribe in answer to Jesus. It is true, as you say, that there is one God, and there is no other God besides him. And to love God with the whole heart, and with the whole mind, and with the whole strength, and to love one's fellow man as oneself, this is far beyond all offerings upon the altar. Jesus saw that this man's words were true and good, and that he had the right thought of our duty to God and to our fellow man. He said to him, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." This was the last question put to Jesus. No one ventured to ask him any more, for they were afraid of his wonderful answers. The chief priests and the rulers were more and more angry at him, but the common people listened to him willingly. While Jesus was teaching, he in his turn asked a question of the Pharisees and teachers of the law. "Tell me," he said, "what you think of the Messiah Christ, the King of Israel, promised to come. Whose son is he?" They answered at once, "David's son." "How is it then," asked Jesus again, "that David in one of the Psalms calls him Lord? The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If David calls this coming Christ my Lord, how can he be David's son?" This they could not answer, and they dared not ask Jesus any more questions. But we know from the words of the New Testament that while Christ as a man was sprung from David's line, as the Son of God he was David's Lord. After this Jesus spoke strong words to the priests, the scribes, and the rulers for their wickedness of life, for their leading the people away from God's will, and for their unjust, cruel purpose to put him to death. He told them that for their sins and the sins of their people, the temple should be thrown down, the city of Jerusalem should be destroyed, and the land should be made desolate. These were his last words, and when he had spoken them, he rose up to go out of the temple. End of the greatest of all the commandments.
Chapter 80 of Herbert's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Herbert's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 80 The Greatest Gift and the Strangers from Afar. The room in the temple where Jesus spoke on that Tuesday, the last day of his teaching in public, was called the treasury, because beside its walls were chests or boxes in which people who came to worship placed their money for gifts to pay for the offerings of poor people. As Jesus rose up to leave the room, he noticed the people dropping their money into these boxes. Some rich men made a show of giving large sums of money, letting it make a noise as they dropped it slowly, piece after piece, into the box. There came in a poor woman whose dress showed that she was a widow, and she dropped into the box 2 little copper coins, worth together only 1/4 cent. Jesus saw her, and calling his disciples, he said, "I tell you in truth that in the sight of God this poor widow has put into the box more money than any of the others. All the rest have been putting in money that they could spare and did not need. But she, in her need, gave all that she had, her whole living." Then Jesus walked out of the treasury through the door on the east, which was so richly decorated that it was called the Beautiful Gate, his disciples with him. They stepped down into the court of the Gentiles, and at the foot of the stairs met a number of men whose looks and dress showed that they were not Jews, but foreigners. These men were Greeks, from a land far away. They were waiting for Jesus at the foot of the stairs, for not being Jews they were forbidden to enter the inner courts of the temple. These Greeks stepped up to one of the 12 disciples, Philip, who had come from Bethsaida in the north of Galilee, and could speak their language. "Sir," they said to Philip, "we would like to meet Jesus." Philip was not sure whether his master would be willing to talk to these men, for Jews kept Gentiles or foreigners at a distance, would never eat with them, and would scarcely speak with them. Philip thought that Andrew, the brother of Peter, might know whether to bring these men to Jesus or not. So he spoke to Andrew, and Andrew took the lead in coming to Jesus with the Greeks. "The time has now come," said Jesus, "for the Son of Man to be lifted up and to die. For it is only by dying that I can bring forth fruit. When a kernel of wheat is dropped into the ground, unless its outside shell dies, it lives alone. But if it dies, then it becomes a seed, and brings a harvest of many kernels of wheat. He who loves his life and keeps it, loses it. But he who takes no care of his life here shall have it forever. If any man is ready to serve me, let him follow me. And where I am going, there shall my servant be with me. If anyone is my servant, he shall have honor from my Father." At that moment it came to the mind of Jesus that in less than 3 days he would be hanging dead upon the cross. For an instant the thought gave him pain. "I am deeply troubled, and have sorrow in my heart," said Jesus. "And what can I say? Shall I say, 'Father, save me from the hour that is coming so soon'? No, I will not say that, because it was for that hour of death on the cross that I have lived even until now. I will say, 'Father, give honor to thine own name.'" Then a voice from heaven was heard, saying, "I have honored my name already, and I will honor it once more." The people standing around said, "That was a peal of thunder just now." "No," said others, "it was an angel speaking to this man." "It was not on my account that the voice came," said Jesus, "but on your account. Soon will come the hour when God will judge this world, and the prince of evil who rules this world shall be driven away." Then Jesus thought of his coming death on the cross, what it was to bring to the world, how that everywhere after his death men should believe on him as their Lord and Savior, not only Jews, but Greeks and people of every land. And he said, "And when I am lifted up from the earth, I will draw all men to me." Soon after this, Jesus walked out of the temple, never again to set his foot within it. End of chapter 80. The Greatest Gift and the Strangers from Afar. Chapter 81 of Hurbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 81. Jesus telling of dark days to come. Jesus walked across the court of the Gentiles or strangers, the large outer court of the temple, toward the Mount of Olives. On that side of the court stood Solomon's porch, a double row of pillars, having a roof above to shield it from the sun. Under this porch they stepped down a marble staircase to pass out of the temple grounds through a gate called the Golden Gate. As they drew near this gate, the disciples called his attention to the great stones in the wall, the pillars and the splendid buildings around. "Are you looking at these stones and buildings?" said Jesus. "I tell you now that the time is coming, and not far away, when all of these stones shall be torn apart, and of these fine buildings not one stone shall be left standing in its place. All shall be thrown down." The disciples heard these words with alarm and sadness. They knew that their Lord spoke as a prophet, and whatever he said would be sure to come to pass. But they looked upon Jerusalem as the holy city, and upon the temple as the house of God. To them, the fall of the city and the temple seemed like the end of the whole world. They walked after Jesus in silence, across the valley of the brook Kidron and up the steep sides of the Mount of Olives. On its top they sat down to rest, and looked over the valley at the city, its towers and roofs rising in their view. While they were sitting on the mountain, Peter and Andrew, with the brothers James and John, came to Jesus and said to him, "Tell us, Master, what your words mean, and when these terrible things will come to pass. Are you going away and then coming back again? How may we know when to look for you?" Then, sitting on the mountain with the 12 disciples around him, Jesus gave a long talk about the things that were to come. He began by warning them against following after men claiming to be Christ, the King of Israel. "Take care," he said, "that no one lead you astray, for many will come, saying, 'I am Christ, the King of Israel,' and they will lead away many people. But do not follow any of these false Christs. You will hear of wars that have come, and reports of wars that are coming. But do not be frightened. These must come, but they are not the end. Nation shall make war with nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and you shall hear of earthquakes in many places, and times shall come when there will be no bread for the hungry to eat. But all these are only the beginnings of the trouble, and the worst is yet to come. But before these take place, there are some other sufferings that you must meet because you are my disciples. Enemies will rise up against you. You shall be brought before councils and courts to be tried. You shall be seized and beaten in the churches of the Jews. You shall stand before governors and kings to give account for yourselves as my followers. But when they seize you and bring you to be tried, do not be anxious as to what you shall speak, for the right words shall be given you in that hour of trial. It will not be you that speak, but the Spirit of God that speaks through you. In those times of trial, fathers and mothers shall turn against their children, and brothers shall give up brothers who believe in me. Some of you shall be put to death in those days, and all men shall hate you because you are my disciples. But if you are faithful to the end, even to death, you shall be saved to everlasting life. Then Jesus told of the terrible times that were coming to Jerusalem and the land of the Jews. He said, "When you see great armies encamped on these hills all around Jerusalem, then know that the time has come for the city and the temple to be destroyed. Let this be a sign for everyone in Judea to hide among the mountains. If a man at that time is on the roof of his house, let him not go down to take anything out of his house, nor a man in the field go home after his cloak, but hasten away just as he is, with the clothes that are upon his back, and find a safe hiding place. If anyone tells you in such times as those, 'Here is Christ,' or 'There he is,' do not believe it, for false Christs will come and false prophets will appear, and they will show signs and wonders so as to lead astray even some of God's own people. I tell you truly that many who are now living shall see all these things come to pass." Jesus had already told his disciples that he was soon going away to leave them, but in his own time he would come again. He now spoke about his coming again. As to the coming of the Son of Man, no one knows about that day or hour. No man knows when it will be, nor the angels, nor even the Son himself, but only the Father. It will be then as it was in the days of Noah. They went on eating and drinking, marrying and being married, until the day Noah went into the ark, and they took no notice until the flood came and swept them all away. So will it be when the Son of Man comes. Then there will be 2 men working together in the field. One shall be taken, and the other left. 2 women will be grinding grain with the handmill. One shall be taken, and the other left. Keep on the watch then, for you never know what day the Lord will come. Be sure of this: if the owner of the house had known at what time in the night the thief would come, he would have been on the watch for him, and would never have allowed his house to be broken into. So be ready all the time, for when you least expect him, the Son of Man will come. End of chapter 81. Jesus telling of dark days to come. Chapter 82 of Hurbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Hurbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 82. The Parable of the 10 Bridesmaids. At the close of a long talk with the disciples on the Mount of Olives, Jesus gave 3 parables. The first parable was to show that his followers must watch and be ready for his sudden coming. It is the parable of the 10 bridesmaids. The coming of the Lord in his kingdom, said Jesus, will be as when 10 girls, the bridesmaids at a wedding, took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom with his friends, and go with them to the house of the bride. 5 of these girls were foolish and thoughtless, and 5 of them were wise. The foolish young women brought their lamps, but never thought that they would need more oil to fill their lamps again. But each of the 5 wise girls carried a small flask of oil to refill her lamp when needed. As the bridegroom, the young man who was to be married, was late in coming, the 10 bridesmaids grew sleepy, and finally all fell asleep. They slept until midnight, when suddenly they were awakened by the shout, "Here comes the bridegroom! Come out to meet him!" Then all the girls got up and began trimming their lamps. The careless foolish ones said to the wise and thoughtful ones, "Come, let us have some of your oil. Our lamps are going out." But the wise bridesmaids answered them, "No, each one of us has brought just enough oil for her own lamp. If we should divide our oil with you, then none of us would have enough to keep her lamp burning, and we should all be in the dark together. You must go to the store and buy for yourselves." So in the middle of the night, while the bridegroom was coming, those foolish women had to go to the town and wake up the oil sellers and buy more oil. While they were on their way buying oil, the bridegroom and his party came, and the bridesmaids who were ready went with them to the marriage supper. When they were all inside the room, the door was shut to keep out strangers who had no right to enter. After a time, the rest of the bridesmaids came and found the door shut. They called out to the bridegroom, "O sir, please open the door for us." But he answered them, "I tell you, I do not know who you are." "So," said Jesus, "I say to you, keep on the watch and be ready at all times, for you do not know either the day or the hour when your Lord will come." End of chapter 82. The Parable of the 10 Bridesmaids.
Chapter 83 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria de Fátima da Silva. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Lyman HURLBUT. The Parable of the Talents. The second of the 3 parables with which Jesus closed his long talk to his disciples on the Mount of Olives was the parable of the talents. In some parts it was like the parable of the pounds, given to the crowd at Jericho only a week before, but in other parts it was different. In that parable there was a king going to a distant city to have a kingdom given to him. In this parable it was a rich man going on a long journey. In the parable of the pounds, all the servants began with the same amount of money. In this parable they received different amounts, one of them 5 times as much as another received. In the parable of the pounds, one gained 10 times, the other 5 times what had been given to him, and they obtained different rewards, one the ruler over 10 cities, another over 5. But in the parable of the talents, each faithful servant doubled what he had received, and both had the same reward. But we will give the parable of the talents, and you can see how it differs from the parable of the pounds. Jesus said, "When the Son of Man comes, it will be as when a man returned from his journey into a far country. Before starting out upon his journey, this man called together his servants and gave his money into their charge. To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1. Each talent was worth about $2,000, so that the first servant had $10,000, the second $4,000, and the third $2,000. To each man was given as much as his master thought that he was able to take care of. They were to use the money and gain with it until their master should come home again, and then bring it with their gains to him. After dividing his money, the man went away. At once the servant who had the 5 talents, or $10,000, went to trade with his money, and made with it $10,000 more, or $20,000 in all. The second servant, who had 2 talents, or $4,000, also used his money carefully and doubled it, making $8,000. But the third servant, to whom had been given 1 talent, or $2,000, instead of making use of his master's money, went away and dug a hole in the ground, and put the talent into the hole and left it there. After a long time the master of the servants came home again, and called for his servants to see what each had gained. The one who had received the 5 talents came with bags of gold in his arms. He said, "My lord, you gave me $10,000. Here they are, and $10,000 more, which I have gained with your money." "Well done, you good servant," said his master. "You have done well in small things. Now I will give you great things. Come and share your master's feast." Then came the second servant, to whom had been given 2 talents. "My lord," said he, "you trusted me with $4,000. See, here it is with $4,000 more that I have gained for you." "Well done, you good servant," said his master. "You too have done well in small things. Now I will give you great things. Come and share the feast with me." Then came the servant to whom had been given 1 talent, $2,000. In his hand was the same bag of gold that he had received, and no more. "Sir," he said, "I knew that you were a hard man, reaping where you never sowed, and taking grain that you did not harvest. So I was afraid, and hid your money in the ground. Look, here is what belongs to you." "You lazy, worthless servant," said his master. "You knew, did you, that I reap where I did not sow, and that I take grain that I did not harvest? If you knew that I am such a man as that, you should have put my money into the savings bank, and then at least I might have had my own money with some gain added to it. Therefore," the master went on, "take away the talent from this man and give it to the one who has brought me the 10 talents, the $20,000, for that shows that he is fitted to take care of it. For to everyone that has, more shall be given and still more, but from him that does not have, even that which he has shall be taken away. And as for that good-for-nothing servant, turn him out of doors from the feast, into the darkness outside. There those who cannot come into the feast shall wail and gnash their teeth." From this parable, as well as the parable of the pounds, it is plain that by everyone who has, the Lord meant everyone who cares for and makes use of what he has, and by him who has not, he meant the one who makes no use of what he has. Whoever uses rightly what he has, whether money or knowledge, or powers of mind, or the chance to do good, will find more and more of it, and whoever neglects what he has will surely lose it. End of chapter 83.
Chapter 84 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Beth Leary. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 84. The Last Great Day. After the 2 parables of the bridesmaids and the talents, Jesus, still with his disciples on the Mount of Olives, gave one more parable, a picture of the last great day. He said, "When the Son of Man shall come again to earth in all his glory as King, and with him all the angels of God, then he will take his seat upon his royal throne, and before him shall be gathered all the people of the world to be judged. At that time he will send out his angels, and they shall divide the great multitude into 2 parts, as a shepherd divides his flock, putting the sheep on his right hand and the goats on his left. Then the king shall say to those on his right hand, 'Come, you who are blessed by my Father. Come and take the kingdom made ready for you ever since the beginning of the world. For when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was a stranger, you opened your doors and took me into your homes. When I had no clothes, you gave me clothing. When I was sick, you cared for me. When I was in prison, you came to visit me.' Then the good will answer, 'When was it that we found you hungry and gave you food, or thirsty and gave you drink? When did we see you a stranger and took you into our homes, or without clothes and gave you clothing? When did we see you sick or in prison and went to visit you?' And the king will answer them, 'I tell you, as often as you did any of these things to one of these my brothers who believe in me, even the least of them, you did it to me.' Then the king will turn to those on his left hand and will say to them, 'Go away from me, You whom God has cursed, to the everlasting fires which have been kindled for the devil and his angels, the wicked spirits. There shall be your home forever. For I was hungry, but you never gave me food. I was thirsty, but you never gave me drink. I was a stranger, but you never opened your doors to me. I was in need of clothes, but you never gave me any. I was sick and in prison, but you never cared for me. Then these will answer him, Lord, when did we ever see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or without clothing or sick or in prison and did not help you? And he shall answer them, In very truth I say to you, that as often as you did not help in their need these my brothers who believe in me, even the very least of them, you did not help me. So these will go away to suffer punishment forever, but those who have done the right will go to life everlasting. It was now late on Tuesday afternoon, and Jesus, with his disciples, went down the Mount of Olives to Bethany. On the way he said to them, You know that 2 days from now is the feast of the Passover. On that day the Son of Man will be given up to his enemies, and they shall put him to death upon the cross. But although he had spoken of this many times, even now they could not believe it. They went together to Bethany, to the home of Martha and Mary and Lazarus. End of chapter 84.
Chapter 85 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Washing the disciples' feet. Tuesday had been a busy day for Jesus, as we have already seen. But Wednesday must have been a quiet day, for none of the 4 Gospels tells us of any events taking place on that day. Jesus knew that in 2 days more his sufferings were to begin, and he needed Wednesday, his last full day, for rest and for talking with his Father in heaven. On Wednesday, therefore, Jesus was alone with God, not talking much with his disciples. On Thursday evening was to be held by all the Jews the great feast of the Passover. This kept in mind the day, more than 1,000 years before, when the Israelites went out of Egypt and became a free people. At that time each Israelite family in Egypt killed a lamb, roasted it and ate it, their last meal in Egypt. And with it they ate unleavened bread, that is, bread made without yeast, somewhat like a soda biscuit. In memory of that day the families of Israel went up to Jerusalem every year in the spring and ate a dinner of roasted lamb with unleavened bread, which they called the Feast of the Passover, because on that night in Egypt the angel of death passed over the homes of the Israelites, while he brought death to the families of Egypt. On Thursday morning Peter and John came to Jesus in Bethany and said, Master, where shall we make ready the Passover feast for you? Go into the city, answered Jesus, and you will meet a man carrying a jar of water. Follow him, and into whatever house he goes, say to the man living there, The teacher says I must eat the Passover at your house tonight with my disciples. Where is my room? And this man will show you a large room upstairs. There make ready all things for the supper. Peter and John went from Bethany into the city as they were told. They met the man with the water jar and followed him to the house. There they found the owner of the house and spoke to him as Jesus had said. This man may have been a follower of Jesus, glad to have his master take a meal at his house. He led Peter and John upstairs into a large room with tables standing, and around them couches for the guests. Then the 2 disciples went into the market and bought a lamb. This they carried upon their shoulders to the temple. There it was killed, and its blood was poured out at the foot of the great altar. The lamb was then roasted in an oven, and after sunset it was brought to the supper room and placed upon the table. Beside it were the flat biscuits of unleavened bread, and also some vegetables of a slightly bitter taste, to be eaten with the lamb. Late on Thursday afternoon, Jesus and the rest of his disciples left Bethany. Jesus alone knew that this was his last farewell to that home and its loving people. But he said nothing, not wishing to alarm them. Among his followers on that afternoon was Judas Iscariot, knowing that he had sold his master to his enemies, and that the 30 silver pieces were even then in his money bag. Jesus knew it too, but he said not a word of it, either to Judas or the disciples. They went around the Mount of Olives, crossed the valley, and came through one of the gates into the city, then found their way among the streets on Mount Zion to the house where in the upper room the supper was all ready for them. Here, as many times before, arose a little quarrel over the question as to which of the 12 disciples should sit at the guest table with Jesus, for that table was the place of honor. Jesus stopped the dispute by saying to them what he had said before. "He that would be greatest among you, let him take the lowest place, and he who would be chief, let him become your servant. But there is no need for you to be anxious about places. You have stood by me through all my trials, and I will give you all high places in my kingdom, for you shall sit on 12 thrones, each of you over one of the tribes of Israel." But Jesus, in teaching his disciples lowliness of mind and unselfishness of spirit, did not stop with words. He taught them by an act which made them wonder. Just before the supper he rose from the couch where he was lying, took off his robe and outer garments, then tied a towel around his waist, poured water into a basin, and began to wash the feet of the disciples as they were reclining around the tables, their heads towards the tables, their feet away from them. Jesus came first to Simon Peter, and stood at his feet, holding the basin of water. Peter looked up at him and saw that the Savior was preparing to wash his feet. "What, Master?" said Peter. "Are you going to wash my feet?" "You do not understand now what this means," said Jesus, "but you will learn after a time." "My Lord shall never wash my feet," said Peter. "Unless I wash you," answered Jesus, "you are not one of mine." "Then, Master," said Peter, "if that be so, wash not only my feet, but my hands and my head." "He who has already bathed," said Jesus, "is clean, and needs only to wash his feet. And you are clean, but not every one of you." In those words, "not every one of you," he was thinking of Judas the traitor, who was there with the others. So Jesus washed Peter's feet and wiped them dry with a towel around his waist. And he went around the couches, washing the feet of every disciple, even the feet of wicked Judas. When he had finished, he took off the towel and put on his outer clothes, and took again his place at the table. "Do you understand the meaning of what I have done to you?" said Jesus. "You call me your teacher and your Lord, and you are right, for I am both teacher and Lord. Well, if I, who am your teacher and your Lord, have washed your feet, you ought to wash each other's feet. I have set you an example, that you should do what I have done to you. I tell you truly, a servant is not greater than his master, nor is a messenger greater than the one who sends him. If you know all this, you are happy if you do them." Then Jesus went on, saying, "When I say you, I do not mean all of you. For there is one of you eating with me now, who will give me up to my enemies. Truly, truly, I say, one of you shall betray me." As Jesus said this, his face showed that he was in deep trouble. The disciples looked at each other, not knowing of whom Jesus was speaking. They too were filled with sorrow, and began to say to him all around the table, "Is it I, Lord?" "One of you that puts his hand into the same dish with me," answered Jesus, "is the traitor. The Son of Man goes from earth, as has been written of him in the Scripture. But woe, woe to that man who betrays his Lord. It would have been well for that man if he had never been born." Next to Jesus at the table was reclining one of the disciples, John, whom Jesus loved greatly. Simon Peter made signs to John, which meant, find out who it is that he is speaking of. So John leaned back on Jesus' shoulder and whispered, "Who is it, Master?" "It is the one," answered Jesus, "to whom I shall hand this piece of bread after dipping it in the dish." Jesus dipped the bread into the dish, holding the roasted lamb, and handed it to Judas Iscariot. At that moment the spirit of evil went fully into the heart of Judas. Jesus said to him, "What you are going to do, do at once." But no one at the table understood what these words meant. As Judas kept the purse for the company, they thought that Jesus was telling him to buy some things for the feast, or perhaps to give some money to the poor. After taking the piece of bread, Judas at once went out into the night. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 86. The Lord's Supper. While they were eating the Passover meal, Jesus took a loaf of bread, and holding it in his hand with his eyes lifted to heaven, spoke a blessing upon it. Then he broke it and gave a piece of it to each of the disciples. As he gave it to them, he said, "Take this and eat it. This means my body, which is given for you." Then he took a cup of the wine and blessed it, and gave this also to his disciples, saying, "Drink from this, all of you. This means my blood, the blood of the new covenant, which is poured out for many, to take away their sins. I tell you, from this time I will never again drink the juice of the grape, until that day when I drink it new with you in the kingdom of my Father." In the old times, an agreement or promise was called a covenant, and when it was made, a lamb or a goat was killed for an offering, and laid upon the altar to be burned. The blood of the offering was poured out on the altar, and was called the blood of the covenant. Jesus meant to tell his disciples that soon his blood would be poured forth as the sign of God's promise to take away sin from those who believed in him. You have seen at some services in the church a table covered with a white cloth. When the cloth has been taken away, you have seen plates of bread and cups of wine. The minister gives the bread to the people and repeats the words of Jesus, "Take, eat, this is my body which is given for you." And afterward, as the wine is taken, he says, "Drink ye all of this, for this is my blood shed for you." This service is called the Lord's Supper, and it is held to keep in our minds the thought of the last meal that Jesus ate with his disciples. "My dear children," said Jesus after the supper, "I am to be with you only a little longer. Then you will look for me, and as I told the Jews, I tell you now, where I am going, you cannot come. I give you a new commandment, to love one another. As I have loved you, you are to love each other. By this, everyone will know that you are my disciples, by your loving each other." "Lord," said Simon Peter, "where are you going?" "I am going," answered Jesus, "where you cannot follow me, but you shall follow me after a time." "Why can't I follow you now, Master?" asked Peter. "I am ready to lay down my life and die for you." "Will you lay down your life for me?" said Jesus. "I tell you truly, Peter, before the cock crows twice tomorrow morning, you will 3 times declare that you have never known me." But Peter again said most earnestly, "If I must die with you, I will never deny you." And all the disciples who were present said with Peter that they would never forsake their Lord, even unto death. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old, by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. The Vine and the Branches. Jesus saw that his disciples were greatly disturbed at his words, as he spoke of going away to some place where they could not go with him, and leaving them alone among people who were his enemies, especially as he told Peter that he would soon disown his master, and that all the rest of the disciples should leave him to suffer alone. Jesus tried to comfort them in their fears and their sorrows. "Do not be troubled in your hearts," he said to them. "Trust in God and trust in me and in my words. In my Father's dwelling place there are many homes. I am going to prepare a place for you, and when I have prepared it, I will come back and take you to be with me there, so that you may be where I am. And you know the way to the place where I am going." "Master," said Thomas, "we do not know where you are going, and how then are we to know the way?" "I am the way, the truth, and the life," answered Jesus. "No one ever comes to the Father in any way except through me. If you knew me, you would know my Father also. You know him now, and have seen him, for you have seen me." "Master," said Philip, "let us see the Father. That is all that we want." "Have I been with you all this time, Philip?" answered Jesus, "and yet you do not know me? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father." "What do you mean by saying, 'Let us see the Father'? Do you not believe that the Father and I are one, that I am in the Father and the Father in me? The words that I speak are my Father's words, and the works that I do are my Father's works. I tell you truly that whoever believes in me shall do the very works that I do, and he shall do even greater works than these. I am going to the Father, and whatever you ask the Father in my name, that I will do, that the Father may be honored in the Son. If you ask anything in my name, I will do it." "If you love me," Jesus went on, "you will do whatever I have told you to do, and I will ask the Father to give you another helper to be with you always. That helper is the Spirit of truth. The people of this world cannot have the Spirit, because they do not see him nor know him. But you know him, because he is always with you and is within you. I will not leave you alone in your sorrow. I am coming to you. A little while longer, and the world will see me no more. But you will see me, for I am living, and you will be living too. He who has my commands and keeps them in his heart is the one who loves me. And he who loves me will be loved by my Father. And I will love him and will make myself known to him." Then said one of the disciples, named Judas, not Judas Iscariot the traitor, he had gone out, but another Judas, the brother of James, "How is it, Lord, that you are to make yourself known to us and not to the world?" "If anyone loves me," answered Jesus, "he will obey my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. He who does not love me will not obey my words. And the word to which you are listening is not my own word, but the word of the Father who sent me. I have told you all this while I am still with you. But the Helper, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send to you to take my place, he will teach you all that you need to know, and he will bring to your mind all that I have said to you. Peace be with you. My own peace I give you. I do not give my peace to you as the world gives its peace. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Do not be afraid. You heard me say that I was going away and soon afterward coming back to you. If you loved me fully, you would be glad that I am going to the Father, for the Father is greater than I am. I have told you all this, that I am going away before it happens, so that when it does happen, as it will very soon, you may still believe in me, and believe that I am coming again." Then Jesus gave to his disciples another parable, the vine and the branches. He said, "I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine-grower, the master of the vineyard. You, my disciples, and all who believe in me, are the branches of the vine. If the vine-grower finds on his vine any branches that bear no fruit, he cuts them off, for they are of no use. If he finds branches that bear fruit, he trims them and cleans them, so that they may bear better fruit. You are already clean through the word that I have spoken to you. Keep united to me, the vine, and I will keep united to you. Just as the branch cannot bear fruit by itself when separate from the vine, no more can you bear fruit unless you stay united to me. Remember, I am the vine and you are the branches. He who keeps himself in union with me and keeps me in union with himself bears rich fruit. But apart from me you can do nothing. If anyone does not stay united to me, he is thrown away just as a branch would be, and he withers up. Then the worthless, withered branches are gathered and thrown into the fire and are burned. If you stay united to me, and my teaching stays in your hearts, you may ask whatever you wish, and it shall be yours. As you bear rich fruit and prove yourselves my disciples, my Father is honored. As my Father has loved me, so I have loved you. Stay in my love. If you keep my commands in your hearts, you will stay in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commands in my heart and dwell in his love. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. The last words of Jesus to his disciples. Jesus went on giving his last talk to his disciples in the room after the supper. Among other things he said, "This is my last command to you. Love one another as I have loved you. No one can give greater proof of love than by laying down his life for his friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you. I do not any more call you servants, for a servant does not know what his master is doing. But I have called you friends, for all things that I have learned from my Father I have told you. It was not you who chose me, but I have chosen you, and appointed you to go and bear fruit that shall last, so that the Father may give you whatever you ask in my name. This is what I command you, to love one another. If the world hates you, remember that it hated me first. If you belonged to the world would love its own. But because you do not belong to the world, since I have chosen you out of the world hates you. Remember what I said to you. A servant is not greater than his master. If they have tried to do me harm, they will try to do you harm too. If they hold to my word, they will hold to yours also. It is written in the Holy Book, 'They hated me without any cause,' and that word has come true in me. For they have indeed hated me when there was no cause for it. But when that Helper comes, he whom I will send to you, the Spirit of truth who comes from the Father, he will speak for me. Yes, and you shall speak for me, for you have been with me from the very first. I have said these things to you now, so that in the times to come, knowing these things, you will not be discouraged nor fail. They will put you out of their churches. Yes, there is coming a time when if anyone kills you, he will think that he is pleasing God. They will do these things because they have not really known my Father or known me. But I am telling you of these things now, that when the time comes, and you find the rulers and the people your enemies, you will remember I told you, and will be ready for these things. I am telling you the truth. It is best for you that I go away. For if I do not leave you, that Helper, the Spirit of God, will not come to you. But if I go away, I will send him to you. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will lead you into all truth, and he will make known to you what is to come. In a little while you will not see me any longer. Then after another little while you will see me again." These words seemed to the disciples hard to understand. They said to each other, "What does he mean by telling us, 'In a little while you will see me, then after another little while you will see me'? And 'I am going to the Father'? What does he mean by a little while? Jesus knew that they wanted to ask him, and he said to them, Are you trying to find out what I meant in saying, A little while, and ye shall not see me, and then a little while ye shall see me? I tell you truly that in a very little while you will be weeping and sorrowing, while the world around you will be glad. Then in a little while again your sorrow shall be turned into joy, for you shall see me again, and your joy shall never be taken away from you. Jesus meant them to understand that in a few hours he would be taken from them and placed upon the cross to die, that he would be buried, and all these things should give them pain and sorrow. But in a few days he would rise again from the grave, and then they would be glad and happy, with a happiness that should never pass away, even though he should again after that leave them and go to the Father. After saying these things, Jesus lifted up his hands to God and prayed. In this prayer he gave thanks to God that he had been able to finish the work that had been given him to do. He prayed also for his disciples, that they might all be one in heart and love each other, and that they might be kept faithful to the end. He prayed too not only for those his disciples, but for all who through their word should come to believe in him as the Savior of the world, that they all might be of one heart, loving each other, one with Jesus and one with his Father. When Jesus had finished his prayer, they all sang a hymn together and went out of the supper room into the silent streets of the city. They walked toward the Mount of Olives, as if expecting to return to Bethany, the place from which they had come in the afternoon. With the disciples as they went out of the house was a young man whose name was John Mark. He may have been the son of the man at whose house Jesus and his disciples had eaten the supper. If that be so, then his mother's name was Mary, just like the name of Jesus' mother, though she was not the same woman. Long afterwards, this John Mark wrote one of the 4 Gospels telling of the life of Jesus, the Gospel of Mark. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. In the Garden of Gethsemane. During the week of the Passover, while the city of Jerusalem held 3 or 4 times as many people as usual, the gates in its walls were kept open day and night, although during most of the year they were closed at sunset. It was near midnight on Thursday when Jesus and his disciples, coming from the upper room, passed through a gate in the eastern wall just north of the temple. They went down into the valley of the brook Kedron, and crossed the brook upon the bridge. On the further side of the valley they came to an orchard of olive trees, called the Garden of Gethsemane. Jesus had often visited this garden, for it was a quiet place, and he loved to pray under the shadow of its olive trees. The orchard had a wall around it, and at its gate Jesus said to his disciples, "Sit here while I go and pray inside the garden." He took with him 3 of his disciples, Simon Peter, James, and John his brother, and with these 3 went into the garden. The disciples began to notice that their master was now showing the signs of deep sorrow, as if full of grief. He said to the 3 disciples, "My heart is sad, sad even to death. Stay here and watch." Then he went forward a little way and fell with his face upon the earth and prayed to the Father. "Oh, my Father, he cried, "Thou canst do anything. Take this cup away from me, I pray. Yet I do not ask to have my own will, but only what is thy will." The cup of which Jesus spoke was the terrible suffering that was very soon to come upon him. In those last moments, as he saw his trial and death drawing near like a black cloud, his spirit shrank. So earnest was his prayer that the sweat stood upon his face in drops of blood. Just then came an angel from heaven, standing by his side to cheer and help him. He rose up and walked to the place where he had left the 3 disciples. They had fallen asleep, being overcome with the trouble which they felt in knowing that soon they were to lose their Master. Jesus spoke to Peter. "Simon, are you sleeping? Could you not watch with me for a single hour? Watch and pray, all of you, that you may be kept from being tempted. I know that your spirit is willing, but your bodies are weak." Again he went away and prayed in the same words. My Father, thou canst do anything. Take this cup away from me. Yet I would not have my own will, but thy will." Coming back, he found them again asleep, for their eyes were heavy, and they could not keep them open. When awakened, they did not know what to say to him, for they were ashamed of being found asleep a second time. Jesus left them and prayed for the 3rd time. In this prayer he said, "Oh, my Father, if this cup cannot be taken away, if I must drink it, then thy will be done." He went once more to the 3 disciples and found them asleep just as before. He now said to them, "You may as well sleep on now and take your rest, for it is too late for you to help me. My time has come. The Son of Man has been given into the hands of wicked men. Come, get up. Here is the traitor close at hand." And at that very instant, while he was speaking these words, the traitor Judas Iscariot burst into the garden with a crowd of men, armed with swords and clubs. These men had been sent by the chief priests and the rulers to seize Jesus. Spies had been watching near the house while Jesus was talking after the supper, and others watching at the gate when Jesus passed out of it. Word had been sent to the chief priests that Jesus was in the garden, and while he was praying to his Father, these men, led by Judas Iscariot, were hurrying to that place to make Jesus their prisoner. The men who had come to seize Jesus were not sure that in the night time, even though the full moon was shining, they would know him among his disciples. They said to Judas, "How can we tell in the dark under the trees who is the one for us to take hold of as prisoner?" "You watch me," said Judas, "and when I go up and kiss a man, seize him, for that one whom I shall kiss will be the man you are looking for." So Judas went into the garden, where by this time all the other disciples were gathered around Jesus. He came rushing up, saying, "Master, Master," and kissed him, just as though he were glad to see him. "Judas," said Jesus, "do you betray the Son of Man with a kiss?" Then he went forward to the band of men who were standing with their lanterns and torches, their swords and spears. "For whom are you looking?" he said to these men. "For Jesus of Nazareth," they answered him. "I am he," said Jesus. At that instant when he said this, they went backward as if frightened, and fell upon their faces on the ground. Again, after a moment, he asked them, "For whom are you looking?" And again they answered, "Jesus of Nazareth." "I have already told you," said Jesus, "that I am he. If you are looking for me, then let these men go away." For even in that hour Jesus was thinking not of his own safety, but of his disciples. The delay of a few moments gave to the disciples some courage. They began asking, "Master, shall we strike with the sword?" Simon Peter, not waiting for an answer from Jesus, drew a sword which he had brought with him, and with it struck one of the high priest's servants, a man named Malchus, and cut off his right ear. For by this time the band had risen to their feet and were drawing near. Jesus said, "Let me at least do this." He touched his ear, and at once his ear was made well again. "Put up your sword," said Jesus to Peter. "Those who take the sword shall die by the sword. Do you not know that with a word I could call upon my Father, and even now he would send me 12 armies of angels to keep me safely? The cup which my Father has given me, must I not drink it?" Then he turned to the band of men who had come to take him. "Do you come out to arrest me as if I were a robber, with swords and clubs? Day after day I was with you in the temple, and you did not lay your hands upon me. But now your time has come, and the dark power has its way." Then the disciples, finding that they could do nothing to protect Jesus, ran away and left him alone. The men of the band put chains upon Jesus and led him away. But John followed the company, and Peter also, anxious to see what would be done with their Lord. The young man John Mark was also following him, when one of the band tried to seize hold of him by his clothes. He left the linen cloth wrapped around him in the hands of the man, and slipped away with only his undergarments upon his body. End of chapter 89.
Chapter 90 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Field. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 90, Jesus before Annas. The men who took Jesus as their prisoner were the policemen of the temple, led by their chief. With them were some of the priests and officers and a crowd of the lowest people who had been gathered from the streets by the rulers. All these formed together a noisy and disorderly mob, dragging Jesus out of the Garden of Gethsemane and into the city on Mount Zion. Two of the disciples, Peter and John, followed, keeping close to the crowd but outside of it, their hearts filled with alarm for their master. The temple policemen brought Jesus, all tied with ropes and chains, to the house on Mount Zion inside the wall of the city, where lived one of the chief priests named Annas. Annas had once been the high priest, that is, the great priest at the head of all the priests, but the Roman rulers of the land had taken his office away from him and made Caiaphas, whose wife was the daughter of Annas, high priest in his place. Many of the people believed that the Romans had no right to take his office away from Annas, and still looked upon him as the true and rightful high priest. Annas was a man of great power, feared by many, and therefore the men who had seized Jesus brought him first to the house of Annas. In the house were met a number of the chief rulers and members of the great council of the Jews. Jesus was brought in before them all. Annas asked Jesus to tell him what he had taught and who were his disciples. Jesus answered him, "My teachings have never been in secret. I have always been open and public in my words. I spoke everywhere in the churches and in the temple where the people go to worship. Why do you ask me what I have said? Ask the people who heard me. They know what I said." As Jesus spoke these words, one of the police officers standing by struck Jesus a hard blow with his hand, saying, "Is that the way that you answer the high priest?" Jesus answered him calmly, "If I have said anything that is not true, prove it. But if I have spoken the truth, why do you strike me?" When Jesus was taken into the house of Annas, John followed the crowd inside, for John knew the high priest, and he was not afraid to go into his house. But Peter stood outside in the street. Then John spoke to the woman who had charge of the door and asked her to let in the man standing outside, and she opened the door for Peter. The rooms of the house stood around an open court, and Peter stood in the court among the servants and policemen. It was cold, and they had made a charcoal fire in a brazier, that is, an iron pan standing upon either 3 or 4 legs. Around this fire the people gathered, and Peter stood in the court among them, holding his hands over the fire to warm them. The woman who kept the door looked sharply at Peter and said, "Are you not one of this man's disciples?" Peter was alone among the enemies of Jesus, for John had gone into the room where Jesus was standing before Annas and the other rulers. Peter felt a sudden fear come over him, and to this woman's question he answered, "No, I am not." Poor Peter! Already he had begun to deny his Lord. Annas knew that he had no right to act as judge upon Jesus. All that he could do was to examine Jesus, listen to what he might say, and try to find in his words some ground for his enemies to bring charges against him. So after a little, Annas sent Jesus, all bound as he was, to Caiaphas, who was the high priest by law. End of chapter 90. Chapter 91 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Field. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT, Chapter 91, Jesus before Caiaphas. The high priest Caiaphas, before whom Jesus was now brought for a regular trial, had been in office many years. He was a shrewd, sharp man, caring very little about right or wrong, but always ready to do whatever would please the Jewish leaders without giving offense to the Roman rulers. You remember that after Jesus raised Lazarus to life and many people were believing in Jesus, it was this Caiaphas who said, "No matter whether Jesus is innocent or guilty, whether he is good or bad, the easiest way for us to avoid trouble is to kill him, and that we must do." That showed the spirit of Caiaphas, the high priest. The houses of Annas and Caiaphas were not far apart, and may have been in the same group of buildings on Mount Zion. The officers and policemen took Jesus into the large hall of the high priest's house, where all the members of the Jewish council that could be brought together so suddenly were gathered. It was a little after midnight when Jesus was made prisoner in the garden, and it must have been between 4 and 5 o'clock on Friday morning when Jesus stood before Caiaphas and the council. Peter had come with the crowd and was in the court of the high priest's house. John was not there, but had gone to the house in Jerusalem, where Mary, the mother of Jesus, was staying, to bring her the terrible news that her son was in the hands of his enemies, and to try to give her comfort. So again Peter was left alone in the midst of a throng opposed to Jesus. By the law of the Jews, no one could be put to death unless 2 persons could be found to tell of a wicked act that they had seen him do, or wicked words that they had heard him speak, and also the accounts of these 2 witnesses must agree. The rulers looked for witnesses to come and speak against Jesus of what they had seen and heard. They did not care whether these witnesses speaking against Jesus spoke the truth or spoke lies. All they wanted was to have them agree in their words. There were many who spoke falsely against Jesus, but what they said did not agree. After a time, 2 men stood up and said, "We ourselves heard this man say in the temple, 'I will destroy this temple made by the hands of men, and in 3 days I will build another made without hands.'" But even those witnesses did not agree in their account of what Jesus had said. You remember that 3 years before, in the temple, Jesus had said, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up." But he was speaking not of the temple of the Jews, but of himself as the temple of the Lord, and of his own death and rising from the tomb. You see how these men changed the words of Jesus in the telling of them. Now, the Jews had agreed that for any man to speak of destroying the house of God was very wicked, and that whoever should speak of such a thing must be put to death. So, in the words of these 2 men, even though they did not agree and were false, Caiaphas and the council saw a chance to carry out their purpose of putting Jesus to death. The high priest Caiaphas stood up and said to Jesus in a very loud and fierce manner, "What have you to say of the things spoken by these witnesses? Have you no answer to give?" But Jesus stood silent and would not speak a word. He knew that speaking would not help him, for their minds were made up to kill him, whatever he might say. After a moment of waiting, Caiaphas spoke again. "Are you the Christ?" he asked, "the Son of that Blessed One?" Then Jesus spoke out once for all. "I am," he answered, "and what is more, you will all see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of Almighty God and coming in the clouds of heaven." At this the high priest became furious. In his anger he tore his clothes and flung up his arms and cried, "What awful, awful words!" shouted the high priest. "Why, this man makes himself equal to Almighty God! We need no more witnesses. He has spoken his own doom. What shall be done to a man who calls himself God?" Then with one voice all the council said, "He deserves to die!" And the sentence of death upon Jesus was given. Then they began to spit in his face and to strike him. They threw a covering over his face, and after striking him would say, "Are you a prophet? Then tell who it was that struck you." All this time Peter was in the court of the building, and through the open door he could see Jesus standing in the inner room. One of the young women servants looked closely at Peter and finally said, "You were one of those with Jesus, the Nazarene." "I don't know what you're talking about," said Peter in answer, and he went away from the group into the hall outside. Just then the cock crew, and Peter heard it. Again the woman who had noticed him began to tell those standing near, "That fellow is one of them," but he denied it again. After a little, another man said to Peter, "You surely are one of this fellow's men. Why, your very accent shows that you come from Galilee. You speak your words like a Galilean." Then Peter began to curse and to swear, and he said, "I don't know the man you are talking about, and I have never seen him." As Peter was speaking, the cock crew for the second time, and at that moment the Lord Jesus in the inner room turned and looked on Peter, standing outside the open door. Then all at once flashed upon Peter's mind what his Lord had said on the evening before. "Before the cock crows twice tomorrow morning, you will 3 times deny that you have ever known me." And Peter went away, and as he thought upon it all, he was full of sorrow and wept bitter tears. But Simon Peter was not the only man in trouble that morning. There was one whose trouble was far deeper. That man was Judas Iscariot, who had sold his Lord for money. When he found that the chief priests and the council had given sentence of death upon Jesus, Judas saw how wicked he had been, and that through his guilty act Jesus was to be slain. He brought back to the temple the 30 pieces of silver that had been given him, and threw them down upon the floor, saying, "I have done wrong in betraying an innocent man. Take back your money." "What difference is that to us?" answered the priests. "That is your affair, not ours." Judas went away, and in his sorrow became wild and hung himself. The next day he was found hanging dead. The chief priests did not know what to do with the money that he had brought back. They said, "It would never do to put that money among the gifts of the people to the temple, for it is the price of blood." They finally decided to take the money, and with it bought a piece of ground as a burial place for strangers in the city. They bought it of a man who made pots and jars of earthenware, and it was named the Potter's Field. But by all the people it was called ever after, the Field of Blood. End of chapter 91. Chapter 92 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Field. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT, Chapter 92, Jesus before the Roman Governor. Although the high council of the Jews had given sentence upon Jesus that he should be put to death, they could not kill him without the consent of the Roman governor, Pontius Pilate. For long before this, the Romans had taken away from the Jews the right to put any man to death. So, very early in the morning, before sunrise, the chief priests and rulers brought Jesus to the castle where the governor was staying. His home was in the city of Caesarea, nearly 60 miles away on the seacoast. But at the time of the Passover, when the city was crowded with people from every part of the land, he usually came to Jerusalem to see that it was kept quiet and in order. And at this time he stayed in a castle north of the temple called the Castle of Antonia. The Jews had condemned Jesus to die because, as they claimed, he had said that he was the Son of God, and that claim, according to their laws, was a high crime, deserving of death. Jesus was the Son of God, and as God's Son they should have honored him and obeyed his teachings. But they knew very well that Pilate would not care for their law, and would not order Jesus put to death merely because Jesus had said that he was the Son of God. So they undertook to find something against Jesus which was contrary to the laws of the Romans. And the charge which they resolved to make was that Jesus had spoken against the Roman rule, and had declared that he himself was the King of the Jews. He was indeed a king, but not such a king as would be against the Romans or their government. The Jews came to the castle, and standing outside called for Pilate to come from the room where he was sleeping, and give judgment upon a lawbreaker whom they had brought to him. They hoped that Pilate would do as they wished, without looking closely into the matter. He came down and sat upon his throne as a judge, and said, "What is the charge which you bring against this man?" "If he were not a wicked man, one who has broken the laws, we would not have brought him to you," they answered. "Well," said Pilate, "if he has broken the laws of the land, take him to your own court and punish him." "We found this man," said the Jewish rulers, "everywhere leading the people away from their rulers. He forbids them to pay the tax to the Roman Emperor, Caesar, telling the people that he is Christ, the King of the Jews. He ought to be put to death for stirring the people up against the government, and we ask you to give sentence against him." Pilate began at once to be very suspicious of these Jewish rulers. He knew that they themselves hated the Roman power, and that they would never wish to have anybody punished for opposing it. He looked at Jesus, standing bound and helpless among them, and he thought that this man could not be a dangerous enemy. Pilate said to them, "Bring this man to me. I wish to speak with him." Jesus was led up to the foot of the steps to Pilate's judgment throne, and Pilate asked him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus answered the governor, "Do you ask this of your own accord, or did others tell you that I am a king?" "Do you take me for a Jew?" asked Pilate. "Your own people and the priests have brought you before me, saying that you have claimed to be a king. Now tell me, what have you done?" "My rule as king does not belong to this world," said Jesus. "If my kingdom were of this world, my men would fight to keep me from being given up to the Jews. But my kingdom is not here on the earth." "Then you are a king," said Pilate. "You speak the truth. I am a king," said Jesus. "I was born for this. I came into the world for this, that I should speak in behalf of the truth. Everyone who is on the side of truth listens to my words." "Truth? What is truth?" said Pilate. Then he went out of the hall and spoke to the Jewish rulers. "I do not find anything wrong in this man." This decision of Pilate made the Jews very angry, for they had hoped that he would approve their sentence without asking many questions. And now they found that he was willing to set Jesus free. Pilate thought that Jesus was a harmless man, perhaps not quite right in his mind in believing that he was a king. But the rulers would not cease their charges against Jesus. They said to Pilate, "This man stirs up the people everywhere and makes trouble. He began in Galilee, and now he has come here." "What?" said Pilate. "Does this man come from Galilee? Then he belongs to the rule of King Herod, and Herod is now here in Jerusalem. Take him to Herod, and let Herod decide his case." This Pilate said, merely because he wished to avoid deciding it himself. He knew that Jesus had broken no law, and should be set free, but he did not wish to displease the Jewish rulers, and he thought to rid himself of the matter by sending Jesus to be tried before Herod, the ruler of Galilee. End of chapter 92. Chapter 93 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Field. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 93. Jesus before Herod. Herod, to whom Jesus had been sent by Pilate, was the ruler of Galilee, the northern part of the land, and of Perea, on the east of the river Jordan. Jesus had lived in Galilee nearly all his life, and had lately been through Perea preaching, so that Herod had been the ruler over Jesus for years. Herod was not really a king. His title was Tetrarch, which means the ruler of a fourth part of a kingdom. And he was so called because when his father, Herod the Great, died, he received as his share 1/4 of his father's kingdom. But he was generally called King Herod, because the people knew that it pleased him to be looked upon as a king, rather than the quarter of a king. This was the Herod who had caused John the Baptist to be killed, on account of his promise to the young girl who danced at his feast. That shows what sort of a man Herod was. Weak of will, fond of pleasure, and caring very little whether his acts were right or wrong. Like thousands of other people, high and low, King Herod had come to Jerusalem to take part in the feast of the Passover, for Herod was a Jew and kept the Jewish feasts, while Pontius Pilate, the governor of Judea, was a Roman and worshipped the idols of Rome. Herod was highly pleased to have Jesus sent to him for trial, partly because Pilate and Herod, rulers of lands next to each other, had not been friendly, and this act, the sending of Jesus for trial, showed that Pilate wished to have Herod as his friend. Also, while Jesus was living in Capernaum and teaching all through Galilee, Herod had heard much about him. You remember that some time before this, when they told King Herod of the many wonderful works of Jesus, how he made the sick well, gave sight to the blind, and even raised the dead, Herod said, "This must be John the Baptist, whom I killed, come to life again." Although Herod did not live in Jerusalem, but in Galilee, he owned a fine house in that city called a palace, and in this palace he stayed while in Jerusalem. Into the great hall of this palace Jesus was brought by the soldiers of Pilate, and the high priest Caiaphas came with them, also many of the Jewish priests and rulers, to speak against Jesus. Herod was very glad to see Jesus, the prophet and wonder-worker of whom he had heard so much. He wished to see Jesus work a miracle, and commanded him to do it, for he supposed that Jesus, being in his power for life or death, would be very desirous of pleasing him. But, as you know, Jesus never worked his miracles merely for people to look at them. He would make the sick people well, or give hearing to the deaf, because he pitied them in their trouble. But when Herod spoke to him, calling upon him to do some wonderful work, Jesus stood still and would do nothing. Herod asked Jesus many questions, but Jesus would not answer them and remained silent. The king did not know what to do with such a prisoner who would not speak a word even to save his life. All this time, while Jesus was silent, the priests and the rulers stood around him, charging Jesus with wickedness of all sorts, disobedience to the laws of the land, and trying to make himself a king in Herod's own country. But Jesus answered nothing to all their charges against him. Herod thought to make sport of Jesus. As they said falsely that Jesus claimed to be King of the Jews, Herod sent for a splendid mantle, such as kings wore, and had it placed on Jesus. Then they bowed low before him and called him king, mocking him as one who pretended to royal power. But in the midst of the crowd of mockers stood Jesus, calm and still, paying no attention and looking as though his thoughts were elsewhere. Herod knew very well that Jesus had done nothing worthy of death, that he was a good man and harmless. He would not do what the priests and rulers urged him over and over again to do, to command that Jesus should be put to death. So, after holding Jesus up to contempt for some time, he sent him back to Pilate, all dressed as Jesus was, in the royal robe. End of chapter 93. Chapter 94 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Field. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 94, Jesus Sentenced to Death. When Pilate sent Jesus to King Herod, he felt relieved, for he was unwilling on one hand to order Jesus, an innocent man, to be put to death, and on the other hand he did not wish to offend the Jewish rulers by setting Jesus free. He thought that he had gotten rid of his difficulties, when suddenly he found Jesus brought back to him, and the priests clamoring, as before, that he should be put to death. Pilate very unwillingly sat down again upon his throne, compelled to hold the trial of Jesus once more, and unable to avoid making a decision upon his case. Just as he was about to begin the new trial of Jesus, a message from his wife came to him, which added to his anxiety and his alarm. Pilate's wife sent this word to him. "My husband, I ask you not to allow any harm to come to that good man, for this day I have been very unhappy on account of a dream about him." This message made Pilate all the more desirous not to yield to the Jews and put Jesus to death. He thought of a new plan to save the life of Jesus, and with this in mind he said to the chief priests and the leaders, "You brought before me this man charged with the crime of trying to lead the people to rise up against the government. And I have looked into his case and have found the charges false. He has not done the things that you accuse him of, and there is nothing wicked in his acts so far as I can see. Nor has Herod found any fault with him, for he has sent him back. He has done nothing that demands death, but he deserves some punishment for causing all this excitement and stir. I will order him to be well beaten and then set free." But with one voice they all cried out, "Away with this fellow! To the cross with him! Don't release him! Release to us Barabbas!" It was a custom that at the feast of the Passover, as a sign of the gladness of the time, to set free some prisoner, whatever man in prison the people should call for. There was at that time in the prison a man named Barabbas, who had led a party of Jews against the Roman rulers, and in the fight had killed a man. He had been condemned to die, but the people did not think any the less of him because he had fought against the Romans, whom they also hated, and whom they would gladly drive out of the land if they were not afraid of their power. The crowd began calling out to Pilate to do as had been done every year, and set free some prisoner. "Are you willing," asked Pilate, "that I should free this man, Jesus, the King of the Jews?" But the chief priests and the Jewish rulers went around among the crowd and persuaded them to ask not for Jesus, but for Barabbas. And the people shouted out as if they were all one man, "We will not have this man! We will have Barabbas!" This was not what Pilate had looked for. He had thought that according to the custom of the feast, he might set Jesus free and still please the people. He said to the crowd, "What then shall I do with Jesus, the man whom they call Christ?" "Send him to the cross! Let him die on the cross!" they roared with all their might. "Why, what wicked thing has he done?" asked Pilate of the crowd. "I find nothing on his part that deserves death. I will have him beaten and let him go." Then, at Pilate's command, the soldiers took Jesus into the guard room. They stripped off all his clothes, tied him to one of the pillars, and beat him with heavy whips, which tore into his flesh. To mock him as one who called himself king, they put on him a cloak of scarlet color. They wove together a wreath of thorns and pressed it on his head until the blood streamed out. They placed in his hand a reed, as if it were a scepter held by a king. They fell down on their knees before him and said to him, "Long live the King of the Jews!" They struck him with their hands over and over again. They beat him with the reed, and they spat in his face. Pilate thought that if the people could see Jesus as he was, crowned with thorns and covered with blood, they would feel pity for him and not call for him to be put to death. He said to the Jews, "I will bring him out for you to see, but understand, I cannot find anything wrong in him." Then they brought Jesus out on the steps of the palace. His face was stained with blood. On his head was the wreath of thorns, and on his shoulders was the scarlet cloak. And Pilate said to the crowd, "See, here is the man!" But if Pilate hoped that the sight of Jesus, so woeful and sad, would arouse the pity of the people, he soon found himself mistaken. Led by the chief priests and their officers, they cried out with loud voices, "To the cross with him! Let him be crucified!" To be crucified was to be fastened with nails on a cross, which was then stood up and left standing until the suffering man was dead. This was what the crowd of Jews before Pilate's palace called upon him to do with Jesus, who had done no harm, but only good. Pilate answered them, "You can take him and crucify him if you choose. I will have nothing to do with it, for I cannot find that he has done anything wicked." The rulers of the Jews answered Pilate, "But we have a law, and by our law he must die because he has made himself out to be the Son of God." When Pilate heard that, he was still more afraid, for there seemed to him something strange in this man Jesus. He did not know what to do. He went inside the palace and took Jesus with him. "Where do you come from?" said Pilate to Jesus. Jesus gave him no answer. Pilate said to him, "You will not speak to me? Don't you know that it is in my power either to set you free or to send you to the cross just as I please?" "You would have no power over me," answered Jesus, "if it had not been given you from one who is above. God gave you that power to use for the right and not for the wrong. There is one man whose sin is greater than yours, and that is the high priest who brought me to you." Jesus meant to have Pilate understand that he was only a weak man yielding to the will of the high priest, and that he, as the governor, should have a mind of his own and do only what was right in God's sight. All this made Pilate the more anxious not to put Jesus to death, but to set him free. But the rulers of the Jews shouted aloud to him, "If you set this man free, who has called himself a king, you are no friend to Caesar, the emperor at Rome. Anyone who calls himself a king sets himself above the emperor, who is over us all." Pilate knew that Caesar, the emperor, was very jealous and would be very angry if he knew that any man was trying to make himself a king. Very unwillingly, Pilate made up his mind that it would be safer for himself to let Jesus be put to death, rather than to make the emperor at Rome his enemy. So Pilate again took his seat upon the throne and had Jesus brought before him. It was now the time of sunrise, 6 o'clock in the morning. Pilate said to the Jews, "Here is your king." "Kill him! Kill him!" yelled the Jews. "Crucify him! Crucify him!" "This fellow is not our king!" shouted the priests and rulers. "We have no king but Caesar the emperor." Pilate tried to show the Jews that the act of putting Jesus to death was their deed, not his. He sent for a basin of water, and in presence of them all, washed his hands. Then, holding out his hands, he called out to the people, "My hands are clean from this good man's blood. I tell you that he has done nothing to deserve death. This is your doing, not mine." "This blood be on us and on our children who come after us," answered the Jews. Then Pilate, sitting on his throne, gave sentence that it should be as they wished, that Barabbas, a robber and a murderer, should be set free, and that Jesus, who had done no harm but only good should be sent to the cross. End of chapter 94. Chapter 95 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Field. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 95. Jesus led to Calvary. In our time, and in all well-governed lands, when a man has been sentenced to death, he is taken to prison and kept there safely for a few days, that he may prepare to die. No one is allowed to do him harm, good food is given him to eat, and he is allowed to live his last days in peace. But in the old times, when Jesus was among men, prisoners appointed to die were treated with the greatest cruelty. They were mocked and beaten and spit upon for an hour or more, and then they were led away to death. So it was with Jesus on that day. After the soldiers had treated him shamefully, they took off the scarlet robe and put on him his own clothes. Then they laid upon his wounded shoulders the heavy beam of his cross and led him from Pilate's palace through the streets of Jerusalem toward a hill outside the city wall. This hill was called in the Hebrew tongue, the language of the Jewish people, Golgotha, a word meaning skull place. In the language of the Romans, the word meaning skull place was Calvaria, and from this word, the place where Jesus was crucified has been called Mount Calvary. It is not certain where was the true Mount Calvary, the place of Christ's cross. For a long time it was believed to be a little hill on the west of the city, and over that hill was built in the after years a great church called the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, because inside that church they show not only the place where people thought that the cross stood, but also the tomb or sepulchre in which Jesus was buried. To this church thousands of people go every year, thinking that they can see the very places where the Saviour died and was buried. But most of those who have studied carefully all that can be known about the city of Jerusalem and the hills around it, have believed that the true Calvary was not where the great church of the Holy Sepulchre now stands, but at some other place. Many think that it was a rounded, grass-covered little hill just outside the city on the north. The side of this hill looking toward the city is very steep, and in it are two great caves. As one stands on the city wall and looks at this rounded hill with the two holes in it, he thinks of a skull, which is a man's head without the skin and the flesh, and with two eye holes. This hill may have been called the Skull Place, because it looks so much like a skull. On this skull-like hill, it may be that Jesus was crucified. Jesus walked through the streets of the city, loaded down with the heavy beam of his cross on his shoulders. The soldiers were dragging him on, and some were driving him forward with blows, when suddenly, worn out with suffering and fainting from loss of blood and want of food, he sank down upon the ground, unable to carry his load any further. Just then a man coming from the country into Jerusalem met the soldiers and the crowd with Jesus. This man was named Simon. He was not Simon Peter, the disciple of Jesus, but another Simon who had come from a city far away in Africa called Cyrene. The soldiers seized this man and made him help Jesus in carrying the cross until they came to Calvary. Following the soldiers who had been commanded to crucify Jesus was a crowd of Jewish priests and scribes, the teachers of the law, and a multitude of the lowest of the people, all shouting aloud their rejoicing that Jesus was to be put to death, just as if he had been the wickedest man in all the land. But among these were a few friends of Jesus, and some of the women who had known him and loved him, and were now weeping over the wrongs done to him. Jesus turned and spoke to these women, "Women of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and your children. For the time is coming when they shall say, 'Happy are those who have no children to suffer and to die.' In those days they shall call out to the mountains, 'Fall on us,' and to the hills, 'Hide us.' If this is what they do now in the beginning, what will they do then in the end?" Even in those terrible moments, Jesus was not thinking of himself and his own sufferings, but the sorrows that would soon come upon others. There is a story told of Jesus on the way to Calvary, which is not found in any of the Gospels and may not be true. It is said that a good woman named Veronica was standing by the street when Jesus went by. Seeing his face covered with sweat and dust and blood, she went to him and wiped his face with a napkin. When she looked at her napkin, she found that on it had been printed the portrait of Jesus, and she kept it ever afterward as her greatest treasure. They led Jesus out of the gate in the city wall and up the side of the hill Calvary, wherever that hill was. There they laid the cross upon the ground and stretched Jesus out upon it. They drove nails through his hands and feet to fasten his body to the cross. Then they lifted it up with Jesus upon it and dropped the lower end of it into a hole so that it would stand upright. With Jesus they had brought 2 other men who had been robbers and sentenced to die by the cross. These 2 men they crucified with Jesus, one on his right hand and the other on his left, and Jesus between them, as if he had been the most wicked man of the 3. Jesus knew that the Roman soldiers who fastened him to the cross were not his enemies as the Jews were, but were only obeying the orders that had been given them by their officers. He prayed to God for them. "Father," said Jesus, "forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." It was 9 o'clock on Friday morning when Jesus was placed upon the cross, and he hung there living for 6 awful hours, until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. End of chapter 95.
Chapter 96 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Jesus on the Cross. It was the custom of the Romans, when they put to death any man upon the cross, to place on the cross above his head a writing telling what the man's crime was. Pilate commanded that the writing above the head of Jesus should be, "This is Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews." It was written in the language of 3 different peoples: in Hebrew, the tongue spoken by the Jews; in Latin, the language of the Romans; and in Greek, the language spoken by all in that part of the world who were not Jews. These words told a great truth, that Jesus was a king, and they told it to all the earth, although very few people believed it then. Now all over the world are millions upon millions of people who serve Jesus as Lord and King. When the priests and rulers of the Jews read the writing upon the cross, they were greatly displeased, for they did not like to have Jesus called a king. The priests went to Pilate in his palace and said to him, "Will you not change the writing upon the cross of that man? Let it not be, 'The King of the Jews.' Please change it to, 'He said, I am King of the Jews.'" But Pilate answered them, "What I have written, I have written." He meant that whatever he had placed upon the cross must stand there unchanged. It was also the custom of the Romans, when a man was crucified, to give his clothes to the soldiers who fixed him on the cross. 4 soldiers were in charge of the cross. These men divided the clothes of Jesus among them, each taking 1 garment. But 1 garment was left over, the shirt of Jesus. This was all woven in 1 piece, not sewed together. So the soldiers said, "Let us not tear it, but cast lots to settle whose it shall be." They threw upon the ground little square pieces of ivory having spots upon them. These squares were called dice. Each soldier threw 1 ivory piece, and they counted the spots on the side that was uppermost. The soldier whose piece showed the highest number took the shirt of Jesus as his own. One of the disciples of Jesus was standing near, and saw the soldiers dividing the clothes of Jesus, and he thought of the words of the 22nd Psalm as a prophecy or foretelling of what should happen to Christ. These were the words of the psalm written many hundred years before. "They shared my garments among them, and over my clothing they cast lots." The soldiers, having done their work, sat down around the cross to watch it. A great crowd of the priests and scribes and people stood around the cross, looking at Jesus hanging there. Some of them spoke spitefully to Jesus, shaking their heads at him, saying such words as these: "Ha! You would destroy the temple and build it again in 3 days, would you? Then come down from the cross and save yourself if you can." And some of the priests and scribes called out, "He saved others, but he cannot save himself. If he is, as he said, Christ, the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross in our sight. Then we will believe on him." "He trusts in God," said others. "Now let God help him if he chooses. For he said, 'I am the Son of God.'" One of the 2 robbers who were hanging on the crosses beside Jesus called out to him, joining in the abuse, "Are you not the Christ, the King of Israel? If you are, why don't you save yourself and save us with you?" But the crucified man on the other side of Jesus rebuked him. "Have you no fear of a just God?" he said. "You are suffering the same sentence as this man, and you and I are suffering only what we deserve for our deeds. But this man has done nothing wrong." Then this man from his cross said to Jesus, "Jesus, do not forget me when you come into your kingdom." Then Jesus answered him, "I tell you truly, this very day you shall be with me in the heavenly land." At this time near the cross of Jesus was standing John, his disciple, the one disciple that Jesus loved, and with him was Mary, the mother of Jesus, also her sister and 2 other women named Mary, Mary the wife of Clopas, and Mary Magdalene, or Mary of Magdala. When Jesus saw his mother, and beside her the disciple whom he loved, he spoke from the cross to her, "Woman, there is your son." Then he said to John, "Son, there is your mother." And from that time Mary, the mother of Jesus, lived with the disciple John as though he was her own son. It was now noon, and Jesus had been upon the cross 3 long, terrible hours, the sun beating with its rays upon his head. Just at noon a sudden darkness came over the sky and the earth, and the darkness did not pass away until 3 o'clock. This darkness alarmed the people, and those who had been speaking to Jesus words of contempt now stood still, full of fear. At about 3 o'clock Jesus called out with a loud voice these words, "My God, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" These are the opening words of the 22nd Psalm, written many hundred years before as a prophecy of what Christ should suffer. It may be that Jesus spoke those words to show that all his suffering had been foretold long before. Jesus, in speaking those words, used the old Hebrew tongue, the language in which the psalm was written. In the old Hebrew, the words my God, were Eloi, Eloi. But the language had changed so greatly since the psalms were written that the people who heard him did not understand the words. Some said, "He is calling upon Elijah the prophet to help him." Then Jesus spoke again and said, "I am thirsty." There was standing by a jar full of vinegar. One of the men took a sponge, soaked it in the vinegar, fastened it on the end of a stick, and placed it on the lips of Jesus. This also had been foretold in the 69th Psalm in the words, "In my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink." As soon as Jesus tasted the vinegar, he said, "All is finished." Then, after a moment's pause, he spoke with a loud voice to God, "Father, into thy hands I give up my spirit." And with those words, his head dropped forward, and Jesus was hanging dead upon the cross. Just at that moment when Jesus died, suddenly there was an earthquake. The ground was shaken, the rocks were torn apart, and many of the tombs around Jerusalem were opened. In the temple on Mount Moriah, a wonderful event was seen. The great veil that hung between the holy place and the most holy place was suddenly torn from the top to the bottom, as if by a mighty unseen hand, so that the priests in the temple could see what none of them, except the high priest, had ever seen before, the inside of the Holy of Holies. The people who were standing on Mount Calvary, looking at the dying Jesus, were filled with fear. They beat upon their breasts with their hands and went back to the city in terror at the darkness and the earthquake. The Roman captain who was in charge of the soldiers around the cross said, "Surely this was a good man, a Son of God." You know that the Sabbath among the Jews was kept on the 7th day of the week, and that it always began at sunset on the evening before. It was on Friday that Jesus was crucified, and 3 o'clock on that afternoon. The Jews did not wish to have the men upon the 3 crosses hanging there upon the Sabbath, for that day the Passover Sabbath was kept especially holy. The Jewish rulers came to Pilate and asked him that the men should not be left upon the cross over the Sabbath, but they should be killed and their bodies taken away. They did not know at that time that Jesus was already dead. Pilate gave orders to the soldiers to have the men killed. This they did by breaking their legs as they hung upon the crosses. As they saw that Jesus was no longer alive, they did not break his legs. But one of the soldiers, to be sure of his death, drove his spear into the side of Jesus to strike his heart. John the disciple was still standing there watching beside the cross to the very last. And he wrote in his gospel many years afterward that he saw both water and blood pour forth from the side of Jesus out of the wound made by the spear. End of chapter 96.
Chapter 97 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cy Young. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 97. The Tomb in the Garden. You remember that from the Garden of Gethsemane, very early on Friday morning, Jesus was brought before the high council of the Jews for trial, and that by the council it was ordered that Jesus should be put to death as one who falsely claimed that he was Christ, the King of Israel. But not all the members of this council were enemies of Jesus. A very few of them were his friends, but in secret, not daring to speak for him or to vote for him, for fear of the rulers and the people. One of these secret friends of Jesus was Nicodemus, the ruler who had come to see Jesus at night 3 years before, on his first visit to Jerusalem. Another was a good man named Joseph, a rich man, who lived at a place called Arimathea, some miles out of Jerusalem in the country. This man, Joseph of Arimathea, did a very bold thing. He went to Pilate in his palace and asked Pilate to allow him to take down from the cross the dead body of Jesus and to bury it. To us this may not seem a brave act, but it was, for the Roman rulers were very suspicious of anybody who appeared to be the friend of one who had been condemned to death. Some time before this, when a man asked the governor for the body of a man who had been put to death, the governor ordered that his friend should also be slain as an enemy of the Romans and the governor's enemy. It might be said that Joseph of Arimathea took his life in his hands when he asked Pilate for the body of Jesus. But Pilate was not angry with Joseph, and at heart he was not an enemy of Jesus. Pilate was surprised to learn that Jesus was already dead, for sometimes upon the cross men lived several days of terrible pain. He sent for the Roman captain who had been in charge of the cross and asked him if Jesus the Nazarene was dead. When the captain told him that Jesus was dead, he allowed Joseph to take away the body and to do with it as he pleased. Then Joseph, with some of the disciples of Jesus, carefully and tenderly took down from the cross the body of Jesus, and after the manner of Jewish burials at that time, wrapped it round and round with long strips of linen cloth. They also tied a napkin over the face of Jesus. Nicodemus came to help in the burial, bringing with him the weight of 100 pounds in fragrant and costly spices, aloes and myrrh, which they laid in the linen cloth around the body. Near the place where Jesus was crucified was a garden belonging to Joseph of Arimathea, and in the side of the rocky hill was a cave which Joseph had hollowed out for his own tomb. No dead body had ever been buried in this tomb, and there they laid the body of Jesus. Then they rolled a great stone to the door of the tomb and left it. Nearby at this time were some of the women who had come with Jesus from Galilee, looking on while the body of Jesus, whom they had loved so fondly, was laid in the tomb. One of these women was Mary Magdalene, or Mary of Magdala, by the Sea of Galilee, a woman from whom Jesus had driven out evil spirits more than a year before. Another woman was Mary, the wife of Clopas, and another was named Salome, who may have been the mother of the disciples James and John, and the wife of Zebedee the fisherman. These women noticed carefully the place where the body of Jesus was buried. On the next morning, which was the Jewish Sabbath day, the chief priests and leading men among the Jews came to Pilate and said to him, "We remember, sir, that while this man had deceived the people was alive, he said, 'After 3 days in the tomb I will arise again.' Now then, give orders that the tomb where he's buried be kept under guard for 3 days. For if it be not watched, his disciples may come and steal his body out of the tomb and hide it. And they'll tell the people, 'He is risen from the dead.' And the last false report will do more harm than the first, that he was the king of Israel." "Take a guard of soldiers," said Pilate, "and make it just as sure as you can." So they went and made the tomb secure by putting a seal on the great stone at the door. Also they placed a guard of soldiers in front of the tomb, with orders to stay there for 3 days. On one side of the rounded, skull-like hill, which may have been Calvary, where Jesus was crucified, there has been found a very ancient tomb, which may have been the place of the Savior's burial. No one can be sure of this, but we may be certain that either in this tomb or in one like it, not far away, Jesus was buried. End of chapter 97. Recording by Cy Young.
Chapter 98 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old, by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. The Risen Christ and the Empty Tomb. It was Friday evening at sunset, only 3 hours after Jesus had died upon his cross, when the stone at the door of the tomb was rolled against the door, and the body of Jesus was left alone in its resting place. All day on Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath, and through that night, the body lay in the tomb, watched by Roman soldiers. But early on Sunday morning, before the sun rose, something wonderful took place, such as had never been seen from the beginning of the world, and never has been seen since that day. There was a great earthquake, shaking the ground around the tomb, as an angel from heaven came down. His face and his form shone with dazzling brightness like lightning, and his clothing was white as snow, glittering in the sun. The soldiers on guard trembled as they saw the angel, and fell down on the ground as if they were dead, and after a little while rising up, crept away in their fear, and left the garden. The bright angel laid his hand on the stone at the door of the tomb, paying no attention to the seal upon it, and rolled the stone away. As he stood at the open door of the tomb, the Lord Jesus Christ walked out from it, no longer dead, but living, and living never to die again. The grave clothes were not now wrapped around his body, and the napkin had been taken from his face. If the Roman soldiers were still there, they could not see Jesus, for a change had come over him, and he was now seen only by those whom he wished to see him, and by no others. And he could suddenly appear and disappear as he chose. He could be seen suddenly in one place, and then a moment after could be seen just as suddenly in another place miles and miles away. He could pass through closed doors just as if they were wide open, and after being seen by his friends could vanish out of their sight. A few moments after the earthquake, and after the risen Christ had come from his tomb, a few women came from the city to the tomb, bringing some more spices and perfumes to place around his body. Those women were Mary Magdalene, and Mary the wife of Clopas, and Salome, and a woman named Joanna, and perhaps others. They may have felt the earthquake shock, but they did not know the wonderful things that had taken place, and supposed that the body of Jesus was in the tomb. As they came near, they said to each other, "Who will roll away for us the great stone at the door of the tomb?" But when they came to the tomb, they found the stone already rolled away, and the tomb open. Mary Magdalene came a little before the others, and was the first to see that the tomb was open, and looking inside she saw that it was empty. She took but one glance, and then, without waiting for the others, ran away to tell some of the disciples of Jesus that the tomb had been opened and the body of Jesus taken away, for she did not know that Jesus had risen and was living. A moment after Mary Magdalene had gone away, the other women came to the tomb. They too saw that the stone had been rolled away. The tomb was open, and the body of Jesus was not there. But these women saw what Mary Magdalene had not seen: a young man with shining face and long white robe, seated on the right side of the place where the body of Jesus had been laid. They were frightened as they looked upon him, for this young man was the angel who had rolled away the stone. But he calmed their fears, saying to them, "Do not be afraid. You are looking for Jesus the Nazarene, who has been crucified. He has risen. He is not here. Look, this is the place where his body was laid, and you can see it is empty. But go, find his disciples and Peter, and tell them that he will go before you into Galilee to the mountains. There they will see him as he said to them before he died." So these women, like Mary Magdalene only a few minutes before, went away from the tomb to find some of the disciples. They found Peter and John, and told them the news that the angel had given to them. Peter and John at once hurried to the tomb. John was younger than Peter, and came to the tomb first. He saw the stone rolled away and the tomb open, and stood at the door, hesitating, uncertain whether to go into the tomb or not. But Peter, who came a moment afterward, did not hesitate. He rushed past John into the tomb, and saw that it was empty. It was like John, the thoughtful one, to wait at the door of the tomb, and it was like Peter, the quick and hasty one, to rush straight into the tomb. After Peter walked into the tomb, John followed him inside. They saw that the grave place was empty, but they saw no angel. John noticed that the grave clothes were lying in a heap on the floor, just as if Jesus had slipped out of them, without unrolling the long bands, and that the napkin which he had seen bound about his face had been carefully folded and was lying by itself. All these things showed that the body had not been taken away suddenly or in haste. Peter, the excitable, was not a thinker, and just looked at these things and wondered. But John, the thoughtful disciple, looked at these things, the stone rolled away with its seal broken, the empty tomb, the grave clothes in an orderly pile, and the napkin folded carefully. Then it flashed upon his mind for the first time that the Lord had risen alive from the tomb. And at that moment came to him the words of Jesus, spoken more than once, that he must die, and on the third day would rise again from death to life. Of all the 11 disciples of Jesus, for now that Judas was dead, they were no longer 12, but 11, John, the disciple whom Jesus loved the most, was the first one to believe that Jesus had risen, and he believed it before he had seen his living Lord. As yet, no one had seen Jesus living. 2 disciples who had looked into the empty tomb, and the women, except Mary Magdalene, had seen the angel, but none of them had seen Jesus. And all of them, save Mary Magdalene, went away wondering and scarcely knowing what to think. End of chapter 98.
Chapter 99 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Manning. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Chapter 99. Jesus and Mary Magdalene. All the 4 Gospels agree in saying that the first person who saw Jesus Christ living after his death on the cross was Mary Magdalene. That is, Mary of Magdala, a town on the Sea of Galilee, a woman from whom a year before Jesus had driven out evil spirits, and who, in love for what Jesus had done to her, followed him and helped him with her gifts, for she was a rich woman. When the other women, with Peter and John, went away from the tomb, Mary stayed there, weeping and sobbing. For she had not seen the angel who said that Jesus had risen, and did not know that he was alive. As she stood weeping at the door of the tomb, she looked inside. There she saw 2 angels sitting at the empty grave place, one at the head, the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had been lying. "Woman," said one of the angels, "why are you weeping?" "Because they have taken away my Lord," answered Mary, "and I do not know where they have laid him." Just then, something caused her to turn around, and she saw a man standing near her. It was Jesus, but she did not know him, for after rising from his grave, Jesus showed himself in differing forms, and people could not know him until he allowed them. "Woman," said Jesus to her, "why are you weeping? Who is it that you are looking for?" Mary thought that this strange man was the gardener. She said to him, "Oh, sir, if you have carried him anywhere, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him away myself." "Mary," said Jesus. And as he spoke her name, she knew him and fell at his feet, clasping them in her hands. "My own master," was all that she could say in her joy at seeing him alive once more, whom she had last looked upon dead, hanging on the cross. "Do not hold me," said Jesus, "for I have yet to arise and go to my Father in heaven. But go to my brothers, my disciples, and tell them that I shall soon rise up from the earth and go to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." Mary Magdalene went and found the disciples and said to them, "I have seen the Lord," telling them also what he had said to her. After Mary Magdalene had gone away from the tomb, the other women, Mary, the wife of Clopas, Joanna, and Salome, came back from having seen the disciples and having told them what the angel had said, that Jesus had risen. As they drew near the tomb, Jesus went to meet them. "Welcome," he said to the women. They ran up to him, fell on their faces, and clasped his feet, just as Mary had done, for they felt joy and fear mingled as they saw him. "Do not be afraid," said Jesus. "Go tell my brothers to go to Galilee, and they shall see me there." So these women went again to find the disciples and give them the news that Jesus was really living and that they had seen him. All this was on Sunday morning, the first Easter day. On that morning, when the soldiers who had fled from the tomb recovered from their terror, they went to the chief priests and told them about the earthquake and the angel who had rolled away the stone. The priests had a talk with the rulers of the city. Then they gave a large sum of money to the soldiers and told them to say to everybody, "The disciples came at night while we were asleep and broke open the tomb and stole the body of Jesus." They knew that a soldier had no right to sleep while on guard, and the rule of the army was that any soldier who slept on his post should be put to death. But the rulers said to them, "If the governor hears about this, we will satisfy him and see that no harm comes to you." So the soldiers took their money and did as they were told. And the story that the body of Jesus was stolen from the tomb was told among the Jewish people and believed by them. End of chapter 99. Recording by Jane Manning.
Chapter 100 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. A Walk with the Risen Christ. When Jesus was seen after he rose from the tomb, it was called an appearance, because Jesus appeared to someone. His first appearance, as you have read, was to Mary Magdalene. His second appearance was to the other women, and his third appearance was to two men walking out into the country on that first Easter morning. These two men were not among the 12 disciples of Jesus, but they had believed in him as the Christ, the King of Israel. One of them was named Caiaphas. The name of the other has not been given in the Gospel by St. Luke, where this story is told. The two men on that morning were walking out from Jerusalem to a village called Emmaus, which was 6 or 7 miles from the city. As they walked, they talked together of Jesus, of his death, his burial, and of a report which had just come to them that he was living again. While they were walking and talking, they suddenly saw another man walking with them. The stranger was Jesus, but they did not know him, just as Mary Magdalene did not know Jesus when first she saw him. He said to them, "What is it that you are talking about as you walk along?" They stood still with sorrowful faces, and Caiaphas answered this stranger. "What?" said Caiaphas. "Do you live all alone in Jerusalem, since you seem not to have heard the things that have taken place there in the last few days?" "What things do you mean?" asked the stranger. "Why, about Jesus of Nazareth," they answered. "Have you not heard of him? He was a wonderful prophet, to whom God gave power in his words and his deeds before all the people. But the chief priests and our rulers seized him and gave him up to be sentenced to death, and crucified him. But it was our hope that he was to be the one to set Israel free from its enemies, and reign as our king. And now this is the 3rd day since he died. And this morning some women of our company have brought to us news that greatly surprised us. They went to the tomb at daybreak and found it open, but did not find the body within it. They told us that they had seen some angels who said that Jesus was alive. At once some of the men went to the tomb and found it just as the women had said, the tomb thrown open and the body gone. But they did not see Jesus." "Oh, foolish men, with hearts so slow to believe, after all that the prophets have said in the Holy Book," said the stranger who was the risen Jesus. "Do you not know that the Christ was bound to suffer all these things before he could enter his glory as the Son of God?" Then he began to show them in all the Old Testament books how Moses in the Law, and David in the Psalms, and all the prophets in their writings had foretold the things that should take place with Christ when he should come, and that all these things had come to pass with Jesus, showing that Jesus of Nazareth was in truth the Son of God and the King of Israel. While they went on talking together, they drew near the village of Emmaus, to which the 2 men were going. The unknown Jesus seemed as if he was going further, but they urged him to stop. "Stay with us," they said to him, "for it is getting evening, and the sun is about ready to set." And Jesus went with them to the village and into the house. They sat down to supper, and the stranger took the loaf of bread, blessed it, and broke it, and gave it to them. In that instant their eyes were opened, and they knew who he was, Jesus, their Master. But in that moment he vanished out of their sight. "How our hearts burned within us," they said to each other, "while he was talking to us on the road and explaining to us what is said in the Holy Book." Then they immediately rose up from the table and went back in haste to Jerusalem. They found some of the disciples and others in the upper room at Jerusalem, where Jesus had taken his last supper with his disciples. Before Caiaphas and his friend found a chance to tell their story, those in the room said to them, "The Lord is really risen. He has appeared to Simon Peter." Then the 2 men from Emmaus told how the stranger had walked with them on the road, and had told them many things out of the Old Testament, and how they had suddenly known that it was Jesus, while he was blessing and breaking the bread. These were the 3rd and 4th appearances of Jesus, the 3rd to Simon Peter. But what Jesus said to him has not been written, and the 4th to Caiaphas and his friend on the road to Emmaus. End of chapter 100. Chapter 101 of HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. HURLBUT's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. 2 Sunday Evenings with the Risen Christ. The meeting place of all who believed in Jesus after his death on the cross seems to have been the upstairs room where Jesus had his Last Supper. There they met from day to day, and it was to this place that the 2 men came from Emmaus with the report of their meeting with Jesus. On the evening of Sunday, the first Easter day, the followers of Jesus were gathered together in this room. 10 of the 11 disciples of Christ were there, Thomas being absent, and with them were the women and a number of others who were believers in Jesus. The doors leading to this room were shut and locked, for they feared the Jewish rulers and people. They were talking together of these reports that had come to them of Jesus having risen and having been seen, when all of a sudden they saw Jesus himself standing in the middle of the room. He said to them, "Peace be to you." At the first sight of him they were frightened, for they thought it was not Jesus alive whom they saw, but the ghost or spirit of Jesus dead. "Why are you so startled?" Jesus said to them. And why do doubts come to you? Look at my hands and my feet. It is I myself. Feel me and look at me. A spirit has not flesh and bones, as you see that I have." With these words he showed them his hands and his feet, and the holes left by the nails on the cross still in them. Even yet they felt the sight of Jesus was too good to be true, and could scarcely believe that it was their Lord living. He said to them, "Have you here anything to eat?" They brought him a piece of broiled fish, and he ate it while they looked on. This was not because he was hungry and needed food, for he no longer needed anything, but simply to show them that he was really living. Then at last they were afraid no longer, and believed fully that their Lord was with them living, and their hearts were full of joy. Jesus said to them again, "Peace be with you. As my Father sent me forth, even so I send you forth." Then he breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit of God. I give you power that if you take away the sins of men, they are taken away from them, just as I myself forgave them. And if you do not take away their sins, then the guilt of their sins shall stay upon them." After talking with his followers for a time on that evening, Jesus disappeared as suddenly as he had come. This was his 5th appearance on that day, the day of his rising from the tomb. But as we have seen, Thomas, one of the 12 disciples of Jesus, was not with the others on that evening, and being absent, did not meet the risen Jesus. The other disciples said to him, "We have seen the Lord." But Thomas would not believe them. He thought that they were all mistaken, and said, "Unless I see in his hands the marks of the nails on the cross, and put my finger into those marks of the nails, and unless I can put my hand into the wound made by the spear in his side, I will not believe that he is alive." A week later, on the next Sunday evening, they all met again in the upper room, and at this time Thomas was present. Though the doors were shut, Jesus came again and stood among them, with the words as before, "Peace be with you." He looked at Thomas and said to him, "Look at my hands. Put your finger there, and look at my side and thrust your hand into it. Do not longer refuse to believe that I am alive, but believe in me." Thomas answered him, "My Lord and my God." "Is it because you have seen me that you have believed in me?" said Jesus. "Blessed are those who have not seen, and yet have believed." You remember that John, the beloved disciple, believed that Jesus had risen when he looked into the tomb and before he had seen him alive. This meeting with the disciples on the second Sunday evening was the 6th appearance of Jesus after rising from the dead. End of chapter 101. Chapter 102 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. The Breakfast by the Sea. On the night before the death of Jesus, at the supper, he had said to the 12 disciples, "After I have risen from the dead, I will go before you to Galilee." And after rising from his tomb, he had said to the women, "Go and tell my disciples that I will meet them on the mountain in Galilee." This mountain was Cernhatton, near the Sea of Galilee, where in the year before he had preached his great Sermon on the Mount. The word that Jesus would show himself to all who believed on him on this mountain in Galilee led the followers of Jesus from all parts of the land to go to Galilee to this mountain. They waited near the place for some days without seeing Jesus. One morning 7 of the 11 disciples of Jesus were on the shore of the Sea of Galilee. These 7 men were Simon Peter, James and John, Thomas, Nathanael, who was called Bartholomew, which means son of Ptolemy, and 2 other disciples whose names have not been given. While they were standing by the lake, Peter felt a longing for his old work as a fisherman, and said to the others, "I am going fishing." He thought that while they were waiting for Jesus to come, they might also do some work. The other 6 men said, "We will go fishing with you." They went out in the boat and fished all night, but caught nothing. The next morning, just as the day was breaking, they saw a man standing on the shore. "Boys," called out this man, "have you caught anything?" "No," they answered him. "Throw out your net on the right side of the boat," said the stranger, "and you will find some fish." They threw out the net as the man told them, and at once it was filled with large fish, so full that they could not at first haul it in. Then John, the disciple whom Jesus loved, said to Peter, "That is the Lord." When Simon Peter heard that this man on the shore was the Lord Jesus, he slipped on his coat, for he had taken it off while working, and leaped into the water to swim ashore. The other disciples came ashore in a smaller boat, dragging the net full of fish, for they were not more than 100 yards from the beach. When they landed on the shore, they saw a charcoal fire burning with some fish cooking upon it, and some bread beside it. Jesus said, "Bring some of the fish that you have caught." Peter went to the boat and pulled the net ashore, full of large fish. They counted them afterward and found they numbered 153. But although there were so many, the net was not torn anywhere. Jesus said to them, "Come and have breakfast." They sat down on the beach beside the fire, and Jesus passed the bread around to them, and also the broiled fish. This was now the 3rd time that Jesus was seen by his disciples after rising from the dead, for he had already appeared to them on 2 Sunday evenings in Jerusalem. And in all, this was the 7th appearance of Jesus after his rising from the dead. After they had eaten their breakfast and were still sitting together, Jesus said to Simon Peter, "Simon, son of Jonas, do you love me more than the others?" "Why, Master," answered Peter, "you know that I am your friend." "Then," said Jesus, "feed my lambs." There was a moment's pause, and then Jesus a second time asked Peter, "Simon, son of Jonas, do you love me?" "Yes, Master," he replied. "You know that I am your friend." "Then," said Jesus, "be a shepherd to my sheep." Then a 3rd time Jesus asked him, "Simon, son of Jonas, are you my friend?" Peter felt hurt that this 3rd question was, "Are you my friend?" and not, "Do you love me?" And he answered, "Master, you know everything. You know that I am your friend." "Then feed my sheep," said Jesus. And he went on, "I tell you the truth, when you were very young, you put your own girdle around your waist, and went wherever you chose. But when you grow old, you will stretch out your hands for someone else to put a girdle around you, and you will be taken where you do not wish to go." Then Jesus added, "Follow me." As Peter on the night of his Master's trial had 3 times denied that he knew Jesus or was his disciple, so now Jesus wished him to say 3 times before them all that he was his friend. And when he had spoken this 3 times, the Lord said to him, as he had said long before by the Sea of Galilee, "Follow me." Thus Simon Peter was again given his old place among the disciples of Jesus. What Jesus said to Peter about stretching out his hands and being carried where he did not wish to go was spoken as a prophecy or foretelling of the manner by which Peter should die for the sake of Christ. Nearly 40 years after that time, when Peter was an old man, he was put to death at Rome by being crucified as Jesus had been. It was said that when he was about to be fastened upon the cross, he said to the soldiers that one who had denied his Master as he had was not worthy of dying in the same manner as Jesus had died. And he begged them to set up his cross with his head downward toward the ground, and thus Peter died. But to go back to that breakfast by the Sea of Galilee, after those words had been spoken by Jesus to Peter, he looked at John, who was standing near. Peter and John, though very different in their natures, loved each other greatly. In the story of Jesus and his disciples, and in the days that came after, we find that almost always Peter and John were together. Seeing John, Peter said to Jesus, "Master, you have told me about myself. Now tell me what this man shall do." But Jesus said, If I choose that he shall wait until I come back to earth, what has that to do with you? But you follow me, as I said." John, the disciple whom Jesus loved, lived a long time after that day. When all the rest of the 12 disciples of Jesus had died, nearly all of them were slain by enemies of Christ, John was still living. And from these words of Jesus, many thought that John would not die. But Jesus did not say that John would not die. He only said that if he chose to let John live until he, Jesus, came again, it was not Peter's matter, but the Lord's. End of chapter 102. Chapter 103 of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT. Jesus rising up from earth to heaven. Soon after the appearance of Jesus to the 7 disciples by the Sea of Galilee, a great meeting was held of many who believed in Jesus, on the mountain in Galilee where Jesus had told them to come together. It is said that at this meeting more than 500 people who were followers of Jesus gathered in one place. There Jesus showed himself to the whole company. When they saw him, they bowed down to the ground before him. But even then some of them were in doubt whether they had really seen the Lord. At that time Jesus drew near to this company and said to them, "All power as the Son of God, and the King of God's kingdom, in heaven and on earth, has been given to me by my Father. I command you, therefore, to go and preach the gospel to all the world, and to make disciples of all nations, and in all lands. Those who believe on me, baptize in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teach them to obey all the commands that I have given you. Whoever believes on me as his Savior shall be saved from his sins, but whoever will not believe shall suffer the guilt of his sins. And these powers shall be given to those who believe. In my name they shall drive out evil spirits. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up poisonous snakes in their hands, and shall suffer no harm. If they drink any poison, it shall not hurt them. They will place their hands on sick people, and they shall become well. And I will be with you all the time, even to the very end of the world." After this there was a 9th appearance of Jesus to James, not James the brother of John, but another James, who was the son of Joseph and Mary, and a younger brother of Jesus. What was said at that appearance has not been told, but from that time James was one of the foremost followers of Jesus, and for many years a leader in the church at Jerusalem. Long after this, James wrote one of the books in the New Testament, the Epistle of James. Jesus was seen from time to time during 40 days by his disciples and followers. We know of 10 times in all when Jesus appeared, but there may have been other times of which no mention is made in the Gospels or in the other writings of the New Testament. His 10th appearance, as far as we know, and his last, may have been at the upper room in Jerusalem 40 days after he had risen from his tomb. At that time he said, "When I was with you, I told you this, that everything written of me in the book of Moses and the Psalms and the prophets must come to pass." Then he opened their minds to understand what was written in the Old Testament. "Thus," he said, "it is written that Christ the King of Israel must suffer and die, and rise again on the 3rd day, just has come to pass. And now you are to go forth and preach that men must everywhere turn from their sins to God, and be forgiven of their sins through the power given to me. And you are to begin your preaching here in Jerusalem, the very place where I have been crucified. I will soon send down on you the Holy Spirit whom my Father has promised. But wait in this city until the power comes upon you from on high." Then the risen Christ led them out of the city to the Mount of Olives. No one except those who believed in him could see him, for he was unseen to all other people. As he drew near Bethany, he lifted up his hands and blessed his followers. While they were looking at him, and his hands were held out, he rose into the air, higher and higher, until after a time a cloud covered him from their sight, and Jesus the Lord of glory was seen no more. While they were looking upward, 2 men dressed in shining white, angels of God, were seen standing beside them. these angels said to the followers of Jesus, "Men of Galilee, why are you standing here looking up towards the heavens? This Jesus who has been taken from you will come again to earth in the very same way you have seen him go up to heaven." So Jesus was taken up to heaven, and there sat down on his throne at the right hand of God. He sits there still, watching over his people until the day shall come for him to return to earth. End of chapter 103. End of Hurlbut's Life of Christ for Young and Old by Jesse Lyman HURLBUT.